go. It's time to thrive. Time to get it. Another day, another dollar. So, you know what I gotta go about first is what I made yesterday. And that is the MacD Mentor. And before I do that, it looks like I'm just checking to make sure everything's good on the stream. Because from what it seems, it's not. So I'm just making sure. Okay, yeah, it says it's streaming. I think the title just hasn't updated yet. See what's going on here. Yeah, running into new things every day, but it's okay. Yeah. So, oh, looks like I'm live. Awesome. Okay. So yeah, looks like everything's good, like it should be. So today I'm gonna tell you what you're gonna see, and that's gonna be going over the app I made yesterday. Then I'm gonna go into the app that I'm gonna make today, and today I'm gonna try something new. Basically, what I'm gonna do is create my own financial indicator. Like create one that, from as far as I know, does not exist yet. And I'm gonna make it something simple but very powerful, especially very good for beginners. And yeah, once I'm done going over the one I already made yesterday, yeah, the one I made yesterday, and I'm gonna talk about the one I made today. So get right into it, and yeah, looks like awesome, cool. Yeah, before, so it just wasn't like updating, but yeah, here we go. So I guess I'm good. And yeah, the one I made yesterday is called the MacD Mentor. So like, why even go to McDonald's? You got the Big Mac right here. So have no fear, because this is gonna save you some stress. The subtitle of this app is "Spot the Trend, Skip the Stress, Just Stay Blessed, and Leave the Rest Behind." So I'm gonna unload my mind on what I'm gonna talk about, and I designed this app so that it was basically the MACD indicator tool, and then I made a bunch of improvements to it, and I made it so beginners could basically translate what it's doing for beginners, and even for an expert like this, like takes the work of having to read it and like analyze it and translate it and even backtest. So yeah, here we go. I'm gonna show what I got. So, all right, like this chart on the top, basically like I put in the ticker for Nvidia. Um, Nvidia is a stock that has gone up a lot. Media is still pushing it. Like it's like still gonna keep going up, but mostly like the stocks I try to buy them before they go up a lot. Anyways, this one's going up a ton. So that's why I'm like run when I see it and I hear someone to buy it, but that's just me. And basically, this is the chart right here. Had to make the chart in a candlestick form. Candlesticks don't look very good like this because it's like really zoomed out. But like if you were to zoom in, then you can see it looks more like a candlestick. Still not as good as like the chart that I made the day before. But yeah, I'm learning, getting better. I used a different method to make this one. And that's basically what I'm doing with all these apps because they're all finance apps. So I'm trying to find, all the different like styles and all the different sources that can make these. So as I go, I know how they work and I can keep getting better and make the apps better every day. So here's the MACD indicator part of it. And to understand this, you have to like read it with the chart because they both align. And right here is the coach's corner. So hey, thanks. Respect to you. And Yeah, I'll try and add you on Discord. Last time I tried adding somebody because I just set up Discord, it didn't work. So I just put the link. It should be in the description. But yeah, when I get a chance, like when once I got Claude running, I'll whoever wants, I'll go. If you just put your username, I'll go and try to manually add you. Um, all right. So the MACD line is the blue line of these like squiggly lines right here. And so the MACD measures like the short term energy. It's like the difference between a fast moving 12-day and slow 26-day moving average. The signal line is in orange, and it's like a 9-day average of the MACD. Think of it as the calm voice that confirms whether the energy burst is real or just noise. So a lot of people use this for trends to be able to tell what the trend is. And the histogram is like the center line with like the green bars coming up and the red bars coming down. You can see the bars better when I zoom out like this. And you can kind of see like, when it's going up, it's going to be some green bars and then they build a momentum. And then when it goes down, it's going to be the red bars, they build momentum. So for the most part, they align. I mean, not always, not all the time, but for the most part. And then you can kind of use like as a beginner, like usually the green bars and the red bars are kind of the first thing that like makes sense when you're learning this. But this will explain it all to you. So the key takeaway to know for this tool is when the MACD line crosses above the signal line, the momentum is shifting bullish, and when it crosses below, the momentum is turning bearish. So that's the like the blue and orange lines, and you can see sometimes they cross each other, and then you can look up and see they kind of cross each other like most of the time, like right at like the peak of like an high, like right here, crossing at the peak. So, anyways, there's a lot to learn with this app. It's here's the read right here. Like this is what AI is doing that I programmed into the app. So it's reading this tool and it's saying like it's a green wave. It's go. It's saying that the price is above the 200-day moving average, which is going to be this line right here on the regular chart. So as long as the price is above this, it's still like considered to be in an uptrend. If the price were to go down here, then it would be considered in a downtrend. And the MACD line is above the signal line, which right here, it's really like, it's kind of hard to see with these labels right here. I guess I could change that later if people use this app a lot. But it's above the signal line, but it's like very close. So I think that's like a big, I would be like considering that too. And then one of the main things I wanted to do was do a back testing. So basically this app is programmed so it goes back in time, I think like 5 years, and it looks at every time this stock was in the same situation according to this tool as it is right now. And then it calculates like what percentage of time it went up, what percentage it went down. So over the past 5 years, this setup appeared about 400 times. 70% of the time, the price was higher 30 days later, with an average move of about 10%. However, another thing I added to give more context is kind of like the last 10 times it did it from like the most recent date to the farthest date away. And this is important. Like I was explaining yesterday, I think that like a good analogy is like if you look at like ESPN, they always show like it'll show like the team's record, and like it might be like like 40 wins and like 20 losses, but like if you want to have a better idea how they're playing right now, you'd want to look at like the last 5 or 10 games. So it'll always have like kind of a chart that looks like this that shows the last five, like was it win or loss. So you can see here out of the last 10 times, um, like 70% of the time it went down. So even though like historically over the past 5 years, it went up 70% of the time, in recent times, whenever it was in this spot, it has gone down just a little bit, especially the last like 4 times. So right here is some more like education station, uh, mentors masterclass. The strategy, the 200-day SMA tells us the season is the market in summer. Um, that's when the price is above the long-term trend, or winter, prices below the long-term trend. The MACD tells us whether it's sunny or rainy for the next 30 days. Is kind of like, because I set this up on the daily chart to show like the last 5 years. For beginners, you would want to be looking at more of a long term, but a lot of traders use this for like a short term. But the shorter the term you would use these tools for, the less likely they are to be correct. And then I'm using for all these financial apps like kind of the same theme with like red, gold, and green, like a traffic light, to make it simple. Like, green is like, it's in a good spot according to this tool. Red is like, this tool is like kind of telling you it's more likely that price is going to go down. And yellow, slow down, caution. It's kind of like 50-50 chance it could go either way from here. So saying last thing for it is like, history doesn't repeat, but it often rhymes. So they scanned the last 5 years to find every day that had the exact same season. And let's see, the 10 most recent examples are shown in the table, so you can see how similar weather behaved in the past. So yeah, that's that. So now I'm going to go right in to the next app. So this next app, I'm gonna be creating my own name for it. Right now I'm kind of looking at it as like the walls indicator. Essentially, what it's gonna do is it's gonna look at a stock, and it's gonna create support and resistance lines based on like what the stock has done recently. And I think this is a very good beginner tool. This is a very good tool that doesn't exist, that would help beginners a lot, because it's like super simple to understand. And yeah, it just doesn't exist. I mean, like, someone could make it themselves, but then like, unless they programmed it, they'd have to like manually have a pretty good knowledge of like charts to be able to like draw these lines. But yeah, I think this is a good first app for just making my own project. So I'm going to get into what it does. Basically, I'm going to go through my business process that I'm doing with each app. And essentially, where I start here is going to be, let's see. Yeah, all right. So I'll make this bigger for sure. Okay. All right. So this is weird every time. Uh yeah, the number one, I'm going to find the number one problem that beginners have, like pain point they have in regards to this app. Gonna build the vibe, create like the style and stuff. For the most part, I already have that down in a document that is pretty much the same for every financial app I'm making. And then I gotta name the app. Then to build it, I'm gonna make a plan. I'm gonna break it down into steps, and I'm gonna create the files, and then I'll build it. Then I'll test it locally, and then once I'm done, added another step that I did yesterday. Analyze for improvement. And the first thing I'm looking at right now is kind of like a good first step for analyzing my apps for me is it over engineered or under engineered? The last app, after doing an analysis on it, came out to be pretty good. Like, they were saying it, AI was saying it wasn't under or over. Well, actually, I had to make, if I hadn't done that analysis, I wouldn't have learned that there was like a bunch of code that essentially was like created extra, and then it wasn't needed later. So I just had to like clean that up. And then they're like, okay, after you clean that up, now it's like engineered right. So this is going to help me understand, how well the apps are engineered. And then basically ship it, like do the steps to put it live on the internet. And Yeah, ready to get started. And I want to mention again, like the reason that I'm going through all these steps right here and making a system is that, from what I understand, uh, basically like the future of vibe coding is going to be the people who are the most successful in the future of vibe coding are going to be the people who understand how to create systems and business. They got to be business minded, because now that like anybody can create, code an app, you got to understand like how your customers think, how to like, find a target market, how to focus on that market, how do they think, what do they want, how to build an app that's going to actually solve their problems, and then how to like get it out to them. So like basically from what I understand, like a lot of beginner developers, people who are like just getting into the job market, they're finding that it's really hard to get a job right now because they're not really that necessary anymore. It's mostly like the senior developers that are even starting to get like phased out a little bit. But what the research I was doing today before the stream, people were saying like, hey, in the future, what we think is going to be is like a lot of people are like, trying to like be like, I'm the better coder, like I'm like better at this and that when it comes to coding. But like, it's just going to keep getting better. The vibe coding is going to keep getting better. These people's ability to like, fix bugs and stuff will be less significant. And the main significant thing is going to be people who understand systems, people who understand the market that they're serving and their customers and their pain points and how to reach these people. So that's why I'm going through all this, because I'm already like I was saying, entrepreneur, business minded for last 15, 20 years. And essentially like this is just the next step. Like all these skills like add up all together. So that's what I'm doing, is combining them. And yeah, I want to get back to coding as soon as possible. Um I won't waste too much time but I'm going to do this stuff because I know how important it is. And I'm just, the system kind of changes a little bit every day, and I'm trying to make it better every day. So all right, I want to do the project today for the walls, the support and resistance levels. And let's see. I'll start talking to Gemini right now. And also too, I don't know about you, but if you guys want to see like the screen for the AI when I'm talking to it, let me know. I just didn't set that up yet in my streaming thing to show that screen. And I've been saying like exactly what it says. I thought it would be better just to kind of like, because it says a lot, and I've been kind of summarizing what it says back to you guys. But if you actually want me to shift between that screen and the coding screen and the screen that I'm like showing the apps on, then just let me know. And gonna start. So I want to do a app today that is a support and resistant levels with breaks. So like basically kind of like the walls of a chart, and this is going to be for beginner investors. It's going to be essentially, so I put in the stock ticker at the top of the app as usual, and then the chart will pop up, and the chart will show the support and resistance levels. So first off, the main thing that I want to do is decide like what kind of time frame I'm looking at. So this is for beginners, and it's going to be, more for people who are going to be like looking to buy and hold for a longer time frame and not traders. So what time frame do you recommend? I'm thinking like daily chart, either 4 hour or daily. Yeah, they're saying 1 day. Okay. All right. So now now I want to get into, all right, so now go ahead and tell me what you think the main pain points are and problems people are having, people in regards to beginner investors when it comes to understanding support and resistance, and how that plays into their investing journey. This is the deep psychology phase, and to build an app that beginners actually love, I have to solve the anxiety they feel when looking at a chart. So for a beginner, a stock chart looks like a heart rate monitor that they don't know how to read. They see a drop and think it's the end of the world, or they see a spike and think they missed the boat. And that's like FOMO. That's really, I think that's kind of like the main pain point for beginners. So whatever they're putting down, I just remember to add this one in there, is FOMO, fear of missing out. The main problem I see, and I even had myself, is that when beginners look at a stock chart and they see the price just started to go up a lot, it just clicks something in their brain that makes them think that they're like missing out. Like it just started a big move and it's going to keep going up. So instead of buying something like when it's down, when you want to buy something, essentially most of the time, most beginners, like their brain, they just don't understand that like that's not a good time to buy something. And so what they'll do is they'll buy it right there, and then most of the time they end up regretting it. And these are also like the media and the hype. A lot of these apps I'm making are helpful when the media is telling you, trying to hype you up, and that's what they usually do. They wait till something goes up a ton, even though I'm sure like most of these like people who claim to be experts know better than doing this. They're gonna have already bought it kind of close to the bottom when it was down. So they wait usually till it goes up. What I'm going to do is make a chart that shows support at the bottom and resistance at the top. They usually start hyping these stocks up when they're hitting resistance, right? Because that's when the big like industry people want to sell. Um, so yeah, this is going to help you a lot to like not lose money like that, to understand that you should be buying at the support and not the resistance. So if you're just looking at the chart and like a big green candle goes up and you don't see that line that like, okay, a big green candle went up, but it's also just hitting resistance, it'll make you think twice, and you'll be like actually like getting to be a much better investor. And if you look at it and there's like a big red candle, like it's gone down a ton, and the media is all saying like, oh, this thing's going down to zero, and the I heard the company is like having problems, and that's what they usually do when things are hitting support. They try to convince like beginners basically that don't know what's going on. They try to convince them to sell. And yeah, so I'm trying to like help these beginners out here. I'm trying to show people abundance and how to understand these markets, and make tools, that all these tools you can use for free. All the links for the financial tools I've made so far are in the description. All right, so I'm not sure if they're in the Twitch description actually. I don't think I could get those in there yet, but they're in the YouTube description. So, the number one problem, beginners try to draw support as a single thin line at like round numbers. So like they think like, the support is like more like, oh well, $200 or $150 or $100 sounds like a good place to like put that. And then they think the line broke and panic sell, only to watch the stock moon or go way up, like, a couple days or next day or whatever later. So Uh, yeah, basically, a lot of people, like I was saying, when a stock gets around resistance and maybe even breaks it a little bit, that's when a lot of like beginners like really like think that they should be selling, but that's really when they should be buying. So the solution to this problem is like, I don't want to show the lines. I want to show walls or like zones by using a price cluster logic. And the app can show a shaded area where that zone is. And that's better than like just a line. I see what they're saying. Okay, so a lot of people will just like draw a line, but these support and resistance areas are more like zones than lines. That's a good thing to consider. Okay, so the next pain point that AI has picked up from scanning the internet is the fake out heartbreak. So the problem is like if a stock briefly pokes its head above a resistance level, like the top of the the level, the ceiling, the beginner buys in excitement, the FOMO I was talking about, and the stock usually immediately crashes back down after that. This is called a false breakout. The solution is the app will include a confirmation indicator, so it won't flag a breakout until the daily candle actually closes above the wall with a certain amount of volume. And yeah, that's something that like experienced traders all talk about. Like they know to wait until like the candle actually closes. So the candle meaning like in this case I'm going to use daily candles. So like each candle represents a day. A lot of times what happened was people will see the current day's candle moving up above that level, and then they'll be like, okay, it just broke the the resistance, so that must mean it's about to go like up to the next level. But the best thing to do is actually wait until the end of that 24-hour period to make sure that like that candle closes above that level. And when that happens, that's usually when experienced people read that as a good time to buy in. So the vibe for this is basically don't celebrate when the door opens. Wait until the moving truck actually parked in the driveway. I do not like your vibe sometimes, AI. Come up with these really strange analogies. Um, the round number magnet. Beginners don't realize that humans are psychologically obsessed with round numbers. That's what I was saying before. They place their orders at like $100 and wonder why they never get filled. That's just something beginners have to learn. Like, I don't know why it does that. It's like same reason. Like, I don't know why the brain causes people to want to buy after something's already gone up a ton. Just like FOMO, it's like fear and greed essentially. When you're an investor, fear and greed are your biggest enemies. You got to really like conquer fear and greed in your own mind to be a good investor. And these tools should be able to help you do that. So the solution here is this app can automatically highlight psychological walls. So if a support cluster is near a major round number, the app will flag it as a heavy steel wall. I think I know what they're saying, but I'm going to wait until like the app does that and see how it looks, and then depending on if it makes sense to me, then I'll leave it the same or change it. The vibe, the $100 or round number market price isn't just a price, it's a battleground. This is where the crowd is fighting, like the bulls and the bears are fighting it out, like what's going on with crypto and Bitcoin right now. So, and crypto and Bitcoin down at like more of a bottom level, and most major stocks more at like a top level. So most of these stocks, like that one I showed you on that MACD mentor talking about Nvidia, like I mean, if I were to do that for Nvidia, I could pretty much bet that like that stock's like right at the resistance zone, and it's been there, just kind of bouncing, like getting bounced off there for like the past like year. Same thing with Apple. Same thing with like most of these big stocks right now. So the solution is since I choose the daily time frame, the app forces them to see the big picture, shows them that even if today was red, we're still 10% above the major support wall from 3 months ago. So the vibe here is like zoom out and see the truth. The wall hasn't moved, so the plan shouldn't either. Okay, gotta refill my water. is the key. Yeah, hydration is major because yeah, I've seen like scientific tests talking about how like if you stay hydrated, you're just basically a lot sharper. If you're just like a little bit dehydrated, like your brain is like only working at like 80%. So yeah, stay hydrated, especially when you're making investment decisions. Make sure you're hydrated or any kind of big decision. So what AI is recommending to do a Next.js plus Tailwind project, pull a year of daily data from an API, calculate support and resistance zones using clustering logic. So this is the part where I'm basically like designing my own indicator, and then highlight breakouts. So that's going to be like an additional step. And then I'll also probably want to add a back testing feature to that too. Um, so now what I want to do is create an outline for a plan, I believe. Got the problem, pretty much got the vibe down. Now I just got to do uh yeah, well, I should name the app first. So I want to make a name for this app. I want to make a name that is catchy and that targets beginners, so that when a beginner investor or also any investor were to hear the name of this app, they would be able to understand exactly what it does. It's lines of support and resistance. Give me 20 different names for this app that apply to these guidelines. All right, the problem. And the vibe is going to be traffic lights. I just got to name the app. Um, Zone Guardian, Floor and Ceiling, Safety Net Trader, Price Shield, Entry Guard, Clear Path Levels, Boundary Scout, Simple SNR, Trend Map, Level Logic. Level Logic sounds the best to me so far. Steel Walls, Iron Levels, Base Layer, Solid Support. Kind of like that one. Anchor Points, Wall Breaker, Breakout Radar. That one's kind of good. Zone Buster, Gatekeeper, Stepstone. So their recommendations are Zone Guardian, Steel Walls, and Floor and Ceiling. I would say out of that, Floor and Ceiling is the best. Let's see. So either Floor and Ceiling or that's just not catchy. Um Anchor Points. What was the other one I liked? Breakout Radar. I like that one. Level Logic. Uh, Level Logic sounds the catchiest to me. Like that's like the best business sounding name, but it doesn't exactly like give me an idea that it's going to be like support and resistance. And Breakout Radar, I think, is going to be the best name that really implies like what this app does. So I think Breakout Radar is what I'm going to go with. Actually, let me see if they can give me. I like Breakout Radar. Can you give me 10 names that are variations of Breakout Radar that sound catchier? Breakout Bolt, Momentum Map, Surge Scout, Signal Sentry, Breakout Beacon, Zone Pulse, Wall Watcher, Price Pop Radar, Level Launch. No, I'm just going to go with Breakout Radar. Breakout Radar is what it's going to be. Alright, so now I just got to do the plan. So let's see. I'm going to make this app with Claude Code. Can you make a outline for a plan step by step to create this app? And I want the first step to be, actually just go ahead and let me know what you think. So yeah, I'm trying to get my system. I'm like going back and forth between if the first step should be creating the files. Well, it'll be me creating a folder, and then I'll have AI Claude Code create the files. But I ran into some problems when I gave it like the style information before I had to create the files, because then it tried to do too much. So I'm not sure if that was just more of an issue with like the LLM giving it too much information for the prompt, or if that was Claude Code having too much information with the style to like go ahead and like try to build whatever it was already. Because it was like basically it tried to build um something that it thought I wanted that I didn't exactly want, and it tried to like take kind of its own vision, but I want to build it according to my vision. And what I found out is like if you give it too much information, like you want to give it a lot of information at first, but you want to do it at the right time, because if you give it too much information, it'll try to build too much and kind of go in its own direction, and then it'll cost more tokens and take more time, and then you have to go and like change a lot of stuff, which is going to cost more tokens and take even more time. So trying to get the system down perfect, and every day my system is getting tighter. So I'm here, the writer of the destiny, and we will see what's next to be in this app. Step 1, the atomic skeleton environment setup. All right, so before we write any logic, we need the foundation. Since we're avoiding the Streamlit nap, we'll use Next.js. Yeah, so Streamlit nap, yesterday, instead of Vercel to like ship the app, and originally you ship it to like GitHub, and then I first tried Netlify, but then they had a really tight limit. So I switched to Vercel, and I liked Vercel a lot better than Netlify anyway. Which is where like the app kind of like lives. They give me the URL, but yesterday I did it more with Python, which ended up to be kind of like not necessary. Which I found out like I didn't need. Python is better for like more like data, like number crunching and stuff, but like actually like the functions I'm using aren't like that detailed yet. Like I'm not making stuff that needs that much data. So anyways, Python needed this Streamlit app, and Streamlit I found out today that when I started the app back up, it like says it puts it on a nap, so it takes a long time for it to load if it's been more than 12 hours since it was used. And that's not what I want. But if I hadn't tried that, I wouldn't know. And what I want to do now is just stick with Vercel. And Vercel also eliminated my need to take the extra step of do Google Analytics, because Vercel has its own analytics that is built in. So yeah, the goal is to get a simple page live on the local machine with a search bar and a placeholder for the chart. And then the next step will be like to create the support and resistant wall logic. This will be like the brain of the app. It says AI, Gemini is recommending to get 1 year of daily data, but that's not enough. I want to get 5 years, and 5 years is the max for the API key that I want to use, which is FMP. And I like FMP for financial APIs because out of the 3 or 4 APIs I've tried, this one has the most free searches. And there was one that had like 30 years of data on the free tier instead of 5, but that one only has like 20 searches a day or something like that. So if and when I monetize these in the future, I would get like the better. I would just pay for an API, and I would get like the one that has the most data available. But for right now, this will easily serve its purpose, especially for beginners. So they're going to use a clustering algorithm, find all local highs and lows, group the prices that are within 1.5% of each other. If a group has more than 3 hits, it's a steel wall. So, and for beginners, we're not going to call this like resistance or support. We'll call it ceilings and floors. And the floor will be green and the ceiling will be red. That makes more sense because usually that's what happens. That's where beginners make the mistake, is like when something's hitting the ceiling, they usually don't even, they can't see there's a ceiling there because they don't have this indicator. But we're gonna make that red so they understand like this is the point to be more cautious. And step 3, the breakout direction. This will be the radar part. Gonna look at the last 5 days of candles. If a candle closes above the ceiling wall, mark it with a rocket ship icon and a confirmed breakout label. All right, so I think they're gonna put that on the chart. I'm not sure, but I'll see when it's done. So we'll add a rule: only show a breakout indicator like the rocket ship if the volume is 20% higher than the average. I'm thinking they mean like 20% higher than the average volume. Okay, yeah. So I do have another tool that just looks at volume to help people with breakout, but it doesn't have this like support and resistant thing. And usually I don't want to combine indicators like this, but I see how valuable the volume comes into play to mark if it's a breakout or not. So I'm gonna make sure that's like a feature that is like just not like the main feature. I'll make sure it's just like a very very small part of the app that the app is not focused on that. For beginners, it'll explain how the volume comes into play. But if beginners want to know more about volume, I have the actual volume app that I created, and that's in the link in the description. So saying you can only see the VS Code window. Am I sharing something else? So this is actually Cursor, but yeah, I did share the app that I made yesterday, the MacD Mentor. I just got done going through that. But no, I'm doing the just getting set up and creating the plan for the to start coding with Claude Code. And I'm almost through this plan. I was explaining a little bit earlier, all about like how important the planning and the systems are as far as like treating this like a business. So basically, I'm like more than like 75% through the plan, and as soon as I'm done planning, then I'm gonna give it the first prompt, and it's gonna get running. So and I've got the plan right behind me on the whiteboard. So all right, the Tailwind glow is step 4. This is where I'm gonna make it look like a professional app. The visuals is gonna be shaded zones instead of like thin lines for the indicators, support and resistance, um, respect. So I've got a strength meter for each wall and a clean dark mode dashboard that looks like high-end trading terminal. That sounds good. And step 5, the Vercel launch. Yeah, that's not even really a bit like that's kind of important. So we got basically 4 steps. I might break it down into more. And all right, I'm gonna start up Claude Code. Actually, I just got to make the folder for this project. So yeah, I was advised for like what professional developers do is they go on their C drive, they create a folder called dev, and then in that folder, like because I'm making apps, they'll create an app folder, and then inside that app folder I got all my apps, so I'm going to add a folder into there for what I name this one again, the breakout radar. And that reminds me that I should do a subtitle too. So it basically explains people that this is about support and resistance. But so now I create the folder. I'm going to close the project from yesterday. So close yesterday's folder. Drag the new folder into cursor. And open up the terminal. And install Claude Code. And here we go. Claude is going. And today, what I want to do is something new. I'm going to upgrade. Make sure that the model I'm using is on high effort mode. This is something that I was doing some research and I was advised to try out for something today. But it says effort high, not found. So I guess I don't worry about that. Figure it out after the stream why that didn't work. No worries. Yeah, I'm just trying to try new things within Claude. So basically, Sonnet just came out like a newer model of Claude Code, but from what I understand, like it works a lot quicker and it makes more mistakes. And with the apps I'm doing, especially since I'm a beginner and I'm trying to teach beginners how to really start this up from nothing, I want to have something that I can understand more what it's doing and like follow along with it. So that's why I'm using it's not even slow. It's just like the regular version. When I started, I was using mostly cursor, this cursor window right here. And essentially that is like slower than Claude Code. It's way more step by step, but it gives you way more of an update of what's going on, and it just helped me a lot as a beginner. But then I kind of like phased out just naturally from using it to the point where I always found myself switching back to Claude Code because as I started to understand it more. So I would recommend, if you're a beginner, maybe try a combination of both. Um, but yeah, I was surprised how quick I'm like went to exclusively Claude Code and how quick I switched up to the max plan. All right, so I'm just gonna go back to the Gemini, and I'm gonna tell Gemini, gonna go over what its suggestions were, and I'm gonna copy and paste the steps into a document so that I don't have to like keep scrolling back up to like the chat history as the chat gets longer. So Okay, so I'm going to have you revise some of these steps step by step as I go. And for the first step, the main thing I want to know is that what is better to have Claude create the file structure first or to give basically like the style guidelines first. So the problem that I had when I gave the style guidelines first before the file structure was created is Claude Code went and like started creating a lot of things in the app that I didn't want yet, and it kind of used its own vision to create these things. And I want to make sure I'm doing this like in a simple step by step way so that basically if it does something I don't want, um, it's only one thing at a time that I don't want, and I don't have to go and erase a bunch of different things. So what do you think I should do for this first step? Well, they're already saying like I'm a vet. There's like that's a veteran vibe coding observation. If you give an AI the style and the logic at the same time, it tries to be a hero and build the whole house before you've even poured the concrete. This is very good to know. So for step one, absolutely create the file structure first, but with a specific twist I call the architectural lockdown. So I want to update my system so that it's let's see. Yep, create files and then the style. All right, so it's create files, then test um, the files, the style, then build it, then test it. Okay, cool. So that's what I want to do. So tell Claude to create the project and empty folders only. Giving this prompt to Claude Code to initialize a new Next.js 15 project named Wall Watcher. No, we already made that's not the name. So with Tailwind, CSS, TypeScript, and App Router, do not create any extra components or pages yet. Just give me the clean default structure and delete the default boilerplate code in page TSX so it's a blank screen. So this is why I always read. I didn't really used to read the prompts so much, but I always read them now because the LLMs will like miss things, and you got to make sure you correct it because I found it's way easier to make sure that you get the prompt right before you give it to Claude Code and have it start working than to have to like change something with Claude Code later. So all right, so I like the prompt that you created to create the files. However, the name of this project is the Breakout Radar, and I want the subtitle for the name to be Support and Resistance Finder. So create a new prompt where the correct name is applied. And then they're saying, let's see. So instead of telling Claude how to style in the chart, have it create a file called StyleGuideMD in the root folder. Put your brand colors, fronts, and Tailwind preferences here. Now every time Claude goes to build a new feature, it will read that file first. It acts like a leash that keeps the vision aligned with yours. That's a really good thing to know. I wasn't doing that before. I heard professional developers usually create a series of MD folders with their projects, and I'm slowly phasing that into my process. So I can even put that down. Create files, and then style MD folder. And then next time I do the next project, I will look into creating more MD folders and what their value and like functions are. But for right now, I'm just trying to focus on maybe adding one or two new things at a time and keep it really simple because I'm learning quick. So all right, let's see. Okay, so doing a blank skeleton, no boilerplate to delete later. The logic setup, build the brain, and then the data feed, connect the API, and then the single component UI, create the chart, add the style guide, and then the radar feature. That's basically like a quick definition of step by step. Okay, so here goes the first prompt. I'm building wall watcher. Oh man, I told you it's breakout radar. What are you doing? Okay, so yeah, I still gotta read it again. No, okay, that was the whole prompt. My bad. I just had to scroll down more. Okay, so here's the prompt. Initialize a new Next.js 15 project with the current directory called breakout radar. And then it's got a command. Once initialized, perform these cleanup steps immediately. Set the metadata title to breakout radar and the description to support and resistance finder. Open src page file and delete all boilerplate code. Replace it with a single main tag containing a centered H1 that says breakout radar. And then another tag with a simple subtitle support and resistance finder. Use Tailwind. That's one of the main things to know, to be like consider which language or program it's using. And then create 3 empty folders. Don't create any other components, logic, style, or confirms. Confirm when the clean skeletons are ready. Awesome. Getting started. First prompt. Making sure before I start too that the right file is in here, and it says the name of the file. I'm not sure if you guys can see that on your screen. Right at the top, it'll say the name of the folder that you're working on. You always want to, like, before you start a project, make sure that you've got the right folder that it's using. All right, and like looks like it's running into a lot of errors making this stuff, but it's fixing its own errors. That's why I don't just tell it to like automatically keep proceeding. I always want it to stop and tell me like why it stopped, so that I'm learning as I go. And it's telling me basically like what file it's creating, like one file at a time. Whether a file has any issue while it's creating it. So I'm going to start the next step with the LLM. I have a list of style guidelines and like tone and stuff that I have on a Word document. Can I copy and paste this here? And then do you create the MD file that I give to Claude Code for the next step? Or do you give me a prompt that I give to Claude Code and then Claude Code creates the MD file? Okay, copy and paste the style guidelines. Then Gemini will synthesize them into a professional AI readable Claude.md file format and give me a specific prompt to feed into Claude Code Okay, that tells it to create a file called ClaudeMD and strictly follow the rules for every single file that I create or edit. Um, why is ClaudeMD better than a regular MD file? In the latest versions of Claude Code, the model is specifically trained to look for a file named ClaudeMD in your root directory. It treats this file as its system orders. By putting the style, tone, and folder preferences there, you don't have to keep reminding it in every prompt. It stays locked in automatically. It's just telling me the main thing for the file is the persona, like what's the specific tone. Here it's going to be beginner focused, the UI rules, the Tailwind preferences, the code guardrails, like use functional components, no unnecessary comments, stick to the src lib structure. So just got one more question for it before I paste. One more question before I paste the guidelines. With this MD file, that's only going to be used on this project in this folder, correct? Or is it going to be used for something that Claude Code stores and then used for every single project that I make with it, with this account? Respect, yeah, it's good to learn. Good to learn together with people, and everyone's helping each other. Man, when I first started, like, this is day 10. And when I first started, I only made one app before this, and I probably spent like a month of just like, spending a couple hours a day of like learning about code and learning how to code and just like the very, very basic of the most basic stuff. And when I first got started, like there were so many people that were so helpful on the live stream that were giving me support and comments about how to do what I needed to do when I was running into problems. And also too, like the LLMs and Claude were kind of like causing me a lot of problems when they would give me like bad advice. But now I'm like less and less having to look back for questions, and I'm catching the LLM almost every time before it gives me like some bad advice or tries to take me down the wrong direction, which it tries to do a lot. And some days more than others, seemingly depending on the chat I'm in. If it's like a newer chat, I have to give it a lot more guidance from the start. And if it gets to be too old of a chat, then it starts to forget stuff and to like hallucinate and just make stuff up more. So I found there's kind of like a sweet spot in every chat. And that's a big part also of like doing the planning first and making sure like I am very clear with a new chat on like what I'm trying to do and what the instructions are. It helps a ton. So no, the ClaudeMD file is strictly project specific. Awesome, that's what I want to know. So now I'm going to copy and paste the, let's see. The system rules is what I call it. Design and theme background, tone and language, technical architecture, and the aha moment, which is basically every time or every app must have one clear visual. Like in this case, like a traffic light symbol is what I'm using. And that's going to give the user an answer within 3 seconds of searching a stock ticker. Awesome. All right. So I just copy and paste that into Gemini, and it has synthesized the document into a high performance ClaudeMD file. And so once you have initialized the project, run this prompt. So once it's done creating the folders, I'm gonna run this prompt. And also too, one thing I forgot to mention is I'm using the FMP API because it has more free searches per day. And I should have mentioned to Gemini to include that, but I don't think that's gonna cause any problems, but I guess we'll see, and then I'll know in the future how important it is to to make sure that I inform whatever LLM I'm using um, about which API key I'm using. And a common thing I've seen, like people asking me, is like, how come I don't just like go straight into Claude Code and like ask it all these questions? Um, the main reason I'm doing this through the LLM is because it's much easier for me to read. It prints it out like on a clearer screen. Claude Code, I'm trying to have it strictly only give it the correct prompts one step at a time. Because with Claude Code, it can go and like create stuff I didn't ask it to create. And yeah, it's just really easy to like get really confused and make a huge mess if I'm trying to like do my whole conversation with Claude Code. So maybe as like I get better and become more advanced and just the whole system and process is like all just like stuck in my head and I don't have to revert back to it and think about it, then maybe I'll start using the LLM less and less. But yeah, I'll see. So I got the prompt right here. This is still working. Gonna make this screen bigger. There we go. Okay, so the new prompt is going to be to create a file in the root directory called ClaudeMD. Paste the following content into it. Once created, you must read and adhere to these rules for every file you create or edit in this project. The breakout radar rules. Part of a 30-tool financial hub for beginners. Focus on high-impact visuals and aha moments. Deep dark mode. The card. Big Slate 900. Thinking that's like colors. Typography. Headings, text slate 100, subtext, text slate 400, traffic light palette. Like if it's a buy, warning, wait, danger cell, neutral info. So that must be like the red, gold, and green for the traffic light color codes. Let's see. So I'm just reading what Claude is doing because I feel like, okay, it looks like it already started creating code. And from what I understand, the only code it should be creating right now is just like basically to be creating a blank page that has the title and subtitle of the app on it. So when it's done, that's what I'm going to verify that it didn't like try to do too much. Because if it did, I want to stop it now before it like does even more. Do a quick build check, make sure everything compiles cleanly. And it's giving me a tip to use plan mode to prepare for a complex request before making changes. And I can press shift plus tab twice. That's good to know, but I think that would make things more confusing to me right now. The background task from earlier, copying project files, completed successfully. Nothing new to act on there since we already verified everything and the build passes cleanly. The skeleton is ready for the next step whenever I am. Awesome. So now I got the MD file prompt, the vision, the design, communication tone, component rules, and code standards. And I was gonna pull up the local file to see that, make sure it didn't do too much, but it told me like all it did. So I'm just gonna trust it on this one, and feel like no reason to just pull up a blank page. Okay, save file to continue. Do I want to make this edit? Yes. Claude wrote 27 lines to Claude MD, so Claude is building a Claude MD folder. That was real quick. So the Claude MD has been created at the project root. I've read and internalized all the rules. Here's what I'll enforce before going forward: the theme, the text and the colors and the typography, traffic light palette, the tone, zero jargon, beginner friendly labels, price floor, not support, probabilistic language only. That's super important for doing these financial apps, because it's essentially or technically like illegal for me to tell people like you should buy this or you should sell this. I just have to like give people information that says like this is more probable to happen or this is more likely to happen based on, you know, what this tool is telling you. Then there's the layout, mobile first, ticker search bar at the top. Every search triggers a quick visual gauge meter light. All right, ready for the next step. And I'm just going to take a look at the folder structure real quick just to see what it made. And then show files, Control-Shift-E. Yeah, it's looking good. It looks like it did not make the file yet for the API key, because I did not mention which API key I'm using probably. So maybe that's a good reason to, yeah, I should be mentioning the API key right away. Anyway. I just remembered that I want to use the FMP API. Does it matter that I'm telling you this now, or should I have told you this earlier? See, I'm just talking to Gemini right now, asking it about the FMP API key. It doesn't matter at all. We're telling me right now is perfect timing. Awesome. That'll be for step 2 for the logic of the prompt. FMP is actually one of the easiest APIs to work with for a breakout radar because the historical data is clean and doesn't require complex headers. Awesome. All right, so now going back to my step 1. The environment setup. That is what I just did. So now we got step 2, the wall logic. I think this is where I need to change something. This is the brain of the app. So we need to fetch 1 year of daily data. Yep, I want it to be 5 years of daily data. And find where the price bunched up. Okay. So that just makes me wonder, if it's 5 years, there's probably going to be different levels of support and resistance. So I'm not sure how that is going to work, but I'll see what it automatically does, and then I'll just change it from there depending on how it looks. All right. So I'm going to copy and paste the step 2. Sometimes the LLM doesn't always remember what it did earlier, word for word. So that's why I put it on this other document, so I can just copy each step at a time. And now I'm going back to Gemini. All right, Gemini. I was just reading the step 2 instructions, and the main thing and only thing really I'm seeing that I want to change is you're saying that we should fetch 1 year of daily data. I want this to be 5 years of daily data. So now I'm going to paste this prompt here, or paste these instructions here, and then you create a prompt for Claude Code that makes that change for this step. Yeah, it's a great strategic move for your day one build. Moving from 1 year to 5 years of data takes this from a short-term tool to a long-term wealth map. See, I understand beginner investors better than the LLM does. So yeah, don't always. I like to say, like, think of the LLM as like an employee. Don't let it be your boss. Um, it's good for advice, but you gotta have the vision. Don't let it try to tell you what it thinks is best. You should understand what you're getting into, what you're trying to build, like that kind of niche. Like I understand investing pretty well, especially investing for beginners, because I was a beginner like 5 years ago, and I still remember that stuff pretty well. So yeah, for a beginner, a 1 year floor is okay, but a 5 year steel wall is legendary. It gives them the confidence to know that if a stock hits a price it hasn't broken in half a decade, they are looking at a historic opportunity. Right. So like it understands this, but it still advised me to use 1 year. But it understands why 5 years is better. So it's always going to tell you you're right for the most part, and you just got to understand like how to work with it and how to direct it, and and be really careful when it tries to direct you. So here's the revised prompt for step 2, and it includes the FMP API integration, the 5 year look back, and the specific clustering math required to find those ceilings and floors. All right, here's the prompt. I'm just copying it and pasting it into Claude. So now that the project structure is ready, let's build the brain of the breakout radar. Got the API set up, the wall logic, beginner integration. All right. So first I'm telling it what API I'm going to use. It's going to create a file for that API. APIs are very important to remember that it's not that big of a deal because I'm using free API keys right now, that you don't want anyone else to see your API key. So it's creating a special kind of file that basically keeps it private. And then when you make the site live, and like when I would be pushing it over to Vercel, like with GitHub, it essentially won't send that file over to GitHub from what I understand. So then when I have GitHub send the information to what I'm going to use as Vercel for the to make, like, give me a link and make the site live, I have to make sure that I put this API key into Vercel. So it'll hold that information, but it won't be in the code. So like that's basically for security. All right, time to sit down. Yeah. Okay, ready to connect to the UI. And also what I like to do is when it finishes something, it's like the bigger the step, the more I've found it's valuable to do this, is I will copy the information, kind of like the summary that Claude Code gives me, and Then I'll give that to Gemini, and I'll be like, tell it to explain it better to me. All right, Claude Code just finished that step, and I'm going to paste the summary it gave me of what it did. I just want you to kind of summarize that for me. All right, Claude Code nailed the brain of the app. Here is the plain English summary of what I now have under the hood. The time machine, the app now has direct line to the stock market history, successfully grabbing 1,260 days, which is 5 years. Oh man, that reminds me of an old song. This is crucial because it gives the clustering engine a massive amount of evidence to find those 5 year still walls. We got the wall spotter. This is where the magic happens. Instead of just looking at the price today, the code is doing 3 smart things. It's doing a memory check, looks for every single time a stock bounced or hit its head in the last 5 years. The 1.5% rule realizes that if a stock bounces at, say, like $100 and 10 cents and $99.90, it's essentially the same wall. So yeah, it's not going to be a line. That's the main thing. It's got to be like a zone. So it bunches those together so the chart doesn't look messy. The strength meter, it ranks them. A strength 10 wall bounce 10 times. It will be much more important for your beginner users than a strength 3 wall. So essentially, the more price bounces, hits a level of support or resistance, and then bounces back off, the stronger that they're saying, like, the more reliable that line of support or resistance is. And then we got beginner ready output. The data is coming out in a perfectly clean format. Price, strength, and type. So it's going to say the price, the strength, and the type, whether it's the floor or the ceiling. Okay. There's a very strong, so like in translation, like here's an example of like how it would read it. There's a very strong floor at $150 where the stock has bounced 8 times. All right, that's what I'm trying to do. It understands me better today. So now it's time to make this look like $1,000,000. We need to build the search bar and the dashboard. I think I need to put in the API key first, but I'm not sure. Let me ask it. Do I need to put the API key into the correct folder in cursor before I start the next step? Yeah, do this now. Okay, yeah, I'm starting to like understand this so much better. I mean, you guys can see I've only been doing this like, 10 days now. I did like one app before this 10-day, before I started this challenge. And I'm just learning so quick, and this is all becoming, it helps a lot doing this every day. And I'm spending a lot of time every day, but even if I only were spending like, a half hour to an hour a day, that would still keep my brain fresh of like the process and what's going on. So yeah, the API is essentially holding all the market data, and then I give that to Claude, put it in my file. Well, I'm going to be putting it in my files, and then Claude can access that key to get the information from this API. So, got to make sure I switch my screen so I don't show what the API key is real quick, and then go to the right folder. I don't see it. Yeah, usually it's there right away. I'm thinking it didn't create the file folder for that yet. a lot of files it creates. Wow. Yeah, I don't, wait, is this it? Yeah, I don't think it's there yet. I just looked through all the folders and I cannot find the .env.local file to put the API key in. Is it possible that Claude has not created it yet? And if so, do you just make a prompt for it to create that folder? It's very common for Claude not to create that kind of file by default because it's meant to be your private space for keys. You don't need a complex prompt to create the folder. It's just a single file that sits in your main project folder. And it's telling me to manually create it. Um, but I want Claude to do it. Why do anything manually if you can just tell? It's like, why would I do Claude's work? I'm paying you, Claude. Like, okay. I'm just telling Claude a simple create a .env.local file in the root directory with the variable for the FMP key. Then I put in the key, and then I can show you guys the screen again. All right, done. That's what I thought it would only take like 5 seconds. Awesome. So Control Shift E, show the files. There it is, .env local. It's always got the money sign next to it. I don't know what that's about, but yeah, awesome. FMP API key equals. Got it. Saved on my doc. Paste it in. Got to make sure I save it. It's like Control S. Yep. So basically, if you make a change to a folder, at least in Cursor, there's going to be like a white circle, and then you got to make sure you save it. Otherwise, it's not going to keep it in there, and then that white circle will turn into X. All right, so now I'm going back to the terminal. Just want to close out of that folder in case it shows it. And I can switch my screen back to the coding. All right. So next step. So yeah, just to review that, the API key can only be seen by the server. It's good for security. If I ever need the browser to see a key, I have to prefix it with next public in front of the API key. And it like, I gotta make sure that it doesn't do that automatically. One time it automatically did that, and then it added that next public in front of the label of for the API key. And then what happened was if there was an error for like the API, like it couldn't get the data, or it was like too many uses in the time frame, like I would search for the stock, and then on the website it would like show the API key and be like, this is your API key and it's not working right. And I'm like, dude, what are you doing showing the API key? Like, you know, it's not supposed to do that. But yeah, some days it like it'll like work perfect for certain things, and some days it'll make certain errors that it didn't do the day before. And I'm just getting better at like catching this stuff now. Like the more, like all these mistakes and all the problems like are the biggest learning opportunities. Am I ready for step 3? Yeah, I'm gonna copy and paste the step 3. This is the radar part. The logic, looking at the last 5 days of candles, the alert if a candle closed above a ceiling wall. We mark it with a rocket ship icon because then it's a confirmed breakout. And we'll add a rule, only show the break if the volume is 20% higher than the average. So I don't think we already told it how to confirm the volume. I want to ask Gemini that. All right, Gemini, I'm ready for step 3. I'm going to paste the original, um, basically rules for step 3. And something I'm noticing is that the anti-fake out, which is the last rule, says that only show the break if the volume is 20% higher than the average. So I don't think we've done anything to have this app calculate the volume yet. Is that going to be a problem? Yeah, I respect everybody in the chat. Any questions, comments, whatever, I'll do my best to get at them right away. It's all abundance. I'm trying to help you guys learn from me, and even if you want to copy me, that's no problem at all. I found out in business I've been copied so many times, and that's part like a part of business, a part of like creating anything that people get value from and people like is like other people are gonna see that it's working and they're gonna copy you, but that's no problem to me. Like whatever you guys want to do that you see I'm doing, that's cool, and I'm just trying to like have an abundance mindset. There's enough out here for everybody, not not scarcity. Like you know, there's only enough. Like I gotta like hide my ideas and stuff like that. Like because someone could steal it or something like that. Like no, like that's not the way I'm trying to live my life. I'm trying to be like yeah, there's enough for everybody. It's abundance. Um, Good ideas come and go. They just flow. The more you know, the more you get good ideas. The more you act on your ideas, the more good ideas are gonna come to you, and they just get better as time goes by. And the way I see it is like you know, just having the intention that you want to create something is major. Have that intention, um, and then don't even stress it. Just have the right abundance mindset. Like, yeah, I want to do this. Like, I don't know how it's gonna happen, but you know, it's I believe it. I have faith that it's gonna happen, and sure enough, like you'll find like at the least what I find is like, when I take my mind off that stuff, like I'll have an intention, say for like a business or something, or business idea, and then I might be out like snowboarding or mountain biking or something, and then like just totally have my mind like not even thinking about that, and like the idea just pops in my head. And for some reason, just being in nature like always brings like really good ideas. I feel like it's almost like the ideas are like just floating out there and they come to me. And what I notice is like the quicker I act on an idea, the better. Because if I don't act on these ideas quick, it's like 6 months or a year later, like somebody else, I'll see like somebody else created it, and I'll be like, dude, I had that idea like a year ago, and I just didn't act on it. And it's like the idea went to somebody else who like actually like acted on it. And don't even worry about the whole picture. Just know where you're trying to get to, and that first idea is gonna come to you, and then you do that, and then next thing you know, the next step is gonna come to you, and then the next step, and it's all like vibe coding. It's all like vibes, like having the right vibe, having the right mindset. Okay, so going back to this, it's not a problem that I did not have it calculate the volume yet. Currently, the API is going to fetch the data, but our analysis rules in that folder is only looking at the price. To do a volume confirm breakout, we need to calculate the average volume over a period and compare today's volume to it. So Gemini will incorporate the volume logic directly into this prompt so Claude handles it while building the UI. Yeah, so Gemini is telling me it's not a problem at all, but it is a problem because we didn't have it, so they need to add that in here. So that's something I noticed, that it's saying like use the volume, but I'm like, hey, wait, we didn't even like give it the rules for the volume yet. So here's the prompt. I'm just gonna put it into Claude and then I'll read it. Get Claude running. Uh, let's build the main interface and refine the breakout radar logic. So first is update analysis logic, anti-fake out. We're going to add a function to calculate the 20-day average volume, create a breakout status check. A wall will only consider broken if the current price is above the ceiling or below the floor and the current volume is at least 20% higher than the 20-day average. If the volume is low, label it a weak move instead of a breakout. This is like, man, if I had these tools when I was a beginner, oh my god, I would have learned so much quicker. So yeah, I really think these tools will provide a lot of value. Especially it's cool to like it's like I'm creating a tool that doesn't exist. All these other tools I made so far, like they already existed as tools, but I just made it so as like it translated them for beginners so they didn't have to like learn the tool. Like it's just going to do all the work of learning the tool and reading the tool for you. And here I'm still doing that with all the work of like, learning the tool and reading it, but this is like my own idea for a tool. Like, I don't know of any tool like this that exists. And I'm guessing after this step is going to be like the first time I'm really going to want to check what it made. Make sure everything's looking good so far. Um, yeah, I was about to ask Gemini, do you think I should check the app after this? And scrolling down, the very last thing it says that I didn't get to yet is next step is once I run this, I should be able to type a ticker into the app and see the traffic light status change. So, all right, it looks like Claude is done creating this step. It did not give me the URL for the local site. Do I need to ask it for the URL for the local site to see it? By default, the app is running on my own computer and it's giving me the local site address. But I've noticed in the past sometimes it does change it, but I'll just try it and see what happens. Nope, that one didn't work. It showed up yesterday's, or no, 2 days ago. App, okay. Oh, duh. I didn't hit npm run dev or tell Claude that I'm ready to run it. That makes sense. Yeah, so now, yeah, Claude gave me the localhost URL, and it changed it from 3000 to 3001, and it says port 3000 was already in use. That's because I just used 3000. Okay, I'm seeing how this works now with the local ports. That makes sense. It's like, why does it change it sometime? Like, that doesn't make sense. But now I'm seeing, because if that one that it already, like, it'll automatically assign it, it looks like, to the 3000. But then if I'm using that one, and then it'll give me another one, and I've had it give me like all kinds of numbers. But that's because I'm leaving these windows open. So I got to make sure that when I'm updating the apps, that I make sure I close those windows, because otherwise it gets confusing and makes different localhost URLs, and I have to like be aware that it's changing each time. So that makes sense. Okay, yeah, it's looking. I'm gonna switch over to my screen, and we can try it out. So let's see what it does so far. Gotta try NVIDIA today. Try Apple. Alright, first error of the day, first try. I'm going to put this into Gemini and ask it why. Hopefully it doesn't lie. So I can just fly right through this and stay in the flow and learn as I go. Alright, I got the local site up. Everything looks good for like design so far for how I want it, but I put in Apple and had it scan in the box, and then it came back with this error message that I will paste here. Let me know what you think is the problem. So maybe it's with the API because it couldn't fetch the data. So a 403 forbidden error usually means the server knows who I am, but it's refusing to let me in. This usually boils down to one of three things: the free plan wall. I'm asking for 5 years of data. The FMP free tier, you actually only have access to 5 years of daily data. So what's the problem? If the ticker is a starter or premium only asset, or if you accidentally requested a different time frame, they will block the request. We should verify that we're hitting the endpoint and not more of like a restricted one. The typo trap. Oh, huh. They're saying it could be that I just spelled Apple wrong. No, I didn't. Apple's actual ticker is AAPL. Oh, yeah, I did. But still, I tried NVIDIA too. But anyways, yeah, same thing. Is it really? Man, I swear. I actually gotta look that up. I swear Apple's APPO. Oh, they're right. It's AAPL. Anyway. Yeah, that reminds me. I want to add something so that when you type in a ticker, it shows a bar underneath that like verifies that what ticker you're selecting. It was doing that on earlier apps. Okay. They're saying first try npm run dev one more time. That's what I just did anyway. Okay, so what I did was I ended up putting in the correct abbreviation for Apple, and yeah, this API should have 5 years of data, which I have used in the past. However, I remember there was a problem yesterday because it could not access like the most recent 15 minutes of data, and we had to do some kind of workaround so that it just didn't, it accessed 5 years minus the last 15 minutes, basically, is what I think happened. Do you think that there's anything to do with what I just mentioned? So massive clue, I'm exactly right. The API is trying to grab real-time data. Your plan only allows historical data. FMP will slam the door and give you on free basic plans. FMP sometimes treats a request as the most recent prices as premium. So I need to tell Claude to adjust the FMP request so it doesn't ask for today in a way that triggers the real-time filter. We want the full daily bars, not the live tick data. Okay. So I got to give it Claude this prompt, and hopefully this fixes it. And this is a reason that I think is very important to, when you're building, pick a niche, like a subject or a topic that you know about, that you're very educated about, especially like just learning, and start with like building like the most simple thing you can think of, and then build something that's a little bit more complicated, and you will find that you'll run into certain errors with like different things, and you'll learn how to fix them. And then when you do the next step that's more complicated, usually like those same errors will pop up again. And so check your terminal running the dev server for the FMP log lines. It says now try searching for Apple again in the browser. All right, I'll try it again. Oh, same thing. All right. So what I'm going to do is copy and paste what Claude told me it did. And I'm going to, or copy that, paste it into Gemini, and be like, hey, it did its thing. I tried doing Apple again. Make sure that I actually even, yup, AAPL. And still got the same error. All right, Claude Code finished doing what I asked it to do. It said it should work and I should try it again. So it did not work. I still got the same error message, and I'm going to paste here what Claude told me it did. Saying if I'm still seeing that error, you need to look at the terminal. The window where I ran npm run dev. Claude added a detailed error logging. This is like a black box recorder for a plane. Tell us exactly why FMP is saying no. Check the terminal logs. Look for a line that starts with FMP. Okay, so they want me to manually go and check the logs, but I think I could just give Claude a prompt to fix it. I'm gonna try that. Common culprits: double quote bugs. Sometimes when you paste an API key, hidden space or quote mark gets added. No quotes or spaces. Yeah, I'm gonna just check the API key again real quick. Double check. Make sure it is not have extra spaces. Right. no, double checking with sure I copied everything from, yep, well, API key is there. Right. Well, now I can go back. Yeah, awesome. It's giving me a diagnostic prompt to have Claude check for that client versus server issue. And then hopefully Claude can tell me exactly what the problem is. Yeah. I'm about to learn something new, I feel like. The architecture is correct. Alright. Say try it again. And this time, when I try it, it's going to come up in the log whether the API key is found, the exact URL being called, and the HTTP status. So basically it's telling me try the running it again, and it should tell me error status. Alright. Okay, so I'm going to copy and paste what Claude Code told me into Gemini and also the error message I got. And I will feel really stupid if I put the wrong API key in, but I'm like so sure it's right because I made that mistake yesterday and it caused so much problems. So I was like, I'm saving this on a document in the right spot so I never have that thing again. And yeah. Alright, Claude Code told me to go and try Apple again. And this time it would basically give me what the error was. So I'm going to paste here what Claude told me, and then I'm going to paste the error that I got because I did get an error again. This is the moment of truth in debugging. Even though the browser still says 403 forbidden, the real answer is hidden in your terminal. So because we moved the fetch to the server, the error is no longer happening in your browser, it happened in your backend. Please look at the terminal for the... Okay. Most likely culprits. If it's a ghost API key. The plan wall. It could have moved Apple behind a higher paywall. I mean, it worked yesterday, so I doubt that. The trial expiry, if you've used this key before, check if the trial or monthly limit has been reached. And I have used this key before, so maybe that has something to do with it. But they told me before I could use the same key. So I'm going to try this prompt first to just have it like do a search to see what the problem is. I searched for Apple, but I don't see any FMP logs in my terminal. This means the server action isn't being triggered or is failing silently. Okay. Asking like Just check the right file to find the result, so I don't have to manually do it basically. So I have used this API key on 2 different apps in the past, but it should have like a 250 limit for searches per day. And I just used an app that I made yesterday and searched for something like an hour ago, and it worked. And I asked you before, and you told me that it is okay to use the same API key across multiple apps. Just gonna see what Gemini thinks about that. So I should have said, what do you think about that? What I just told you. So I'm right. Gemini told me that, and it remains 100% true. You can use that one API key for 100 different apps as long as you stay under that 250 call per day limit. The API key doesn't belong to just one folder, it belongs to me. However, the 403 forbidden error is very specific. It means sees who I am, but it won't let me in. Since it's worked an hour ago on a different app, we can narrow the problem down to 2 very likely culprits. And I'm gonna let Claude do its thing so I don't have to try and figure out which one of these 2 it is, hopefully. Okay, Claude came back with some info. I don't really understand what Claude is telling me. Something about the client fetch isn't reaching the route. So I gotta ask Gemini what that means. Yeah, I'm noticing every day the biggest problems are always seeming to be involving the API key. Different API keys have different rules, and especially the free ones. But I'm finding ways to work around it each time. And the crazy thing is like I was using the same API key at first for like the first 2 apps. And if I didn't run into problems, I wouldn't have found out that there's all these different API keys with different like feature limits. And if I hadn't had those problems, I wouldn't have found better API keys. And now I really like this API key. So I'm hoping I can still use this one. Anyways, I'm gonna. All right, Claude. Gemini just came back with. Claude Code just came back with its read on what it thinks the problem is. I don't really understand what it's saying, so I'm gonna paste that here and let me know what is going on. Claude is essentially saying that my app might be ghosting me. He thinks there is a communication breakdown between the search button and the API brain. Here's a breakdown of what those 3 points mean in plain English. So Next.js is very thrifty. Sometimes it tries to pre-make your pages to save time. Claude is worried that the app pre-made a broken version of the search result and is just showing you the same broken version over and over. So yeah, if you're just tuning in, what am I building? I'm building a financial indicator for beginner investors. This is going to be like the 9th financial indicator for beginner investors that I've made. The rest are in the link in the description, and this one is very different from the last ones that I made because the last ones that I made were actually like financial indicators that people have been using for many years that already exist. And essentially with those, what I did was that I set them up so that a beginner can understand them. They don't have to learn it. Like the app will do all the work for them. They just type in the name of the stock, and like it will automatically give them a read on what the financial indicator is telling them, and it will explain it to them in a way that a beginner will understand. And then as I started making more apps, I started adding stuff like back testing, looking back in the future at when the financial indicator gave the same read and what happened after that to give them a probability of how likely it is that, what's going to happen next to the stock. So for this one, um, I decided to I thought of a problem of support and resistance not being very clear. And I know an expert can easily, like, figure out where support and resistance is. Maybe not easily, but most of the time it's not going to take an expert too much work. But for beginners, that's something that they're not going to be able to understand where to make support and resistance lines. And also, I'm going to make it so this app not only has support and resistance, but it's reading the volume. So if something breaks support and resistance, it's going to tell you, like, based on the volume, how likely is it that, if it breaks down past support, how likely is it that it's going to keep going down? Or if it breaks up past resistance, how likely is it that the stock is going to keep going up from there? And then I would also probably add on some kind of backtesting feature to go back in the history of the stock and look at the same time, look at past instances where it's been at that same level and what percentage of the time did it actually break out to a new level and what didn't it, and then even add, like, what was the average percentage of the move that it made. So all right, here's the breakdown. The breadcrumb strategy. Claude added logs, which are like digital breadcrumbs. So Claude put a signpost at the very beginning of the code that says basically the API should analyze the hit. And if I see that in the terminal, the search button is working and the problems with the API key or the FMP. Okay, so that I'm just narrowing down what this problem is right now. Sounds like it has something to do with the API key. Most of the app, like the information part, is built, and I just tried testing it for the first time, and I put in like the ticker for Apple stock, and it came back with the error message. So now I'm essentially trying to figure out what this error is, and I always seem to have the most errors with in regards to API keys. So go back to the terminal, the black window, and search Apple one more time. Wonder why it wouldn't just tell me to do it on the site. I'm just gonna try it on the site real quick and see what happens. Okay, why not try it on the terminal? Okay. So I went out of Claude Code and I opened up a new PowerShell terminal window. So this is just like not Claude Code. This is like how from what I understand, how a coder would build something before Claude Code existed. All right, but at least it gave me a didn't work, but it gave me the red error message. So I can give that to Gemini. The error means I accidentally typed Apple into the terminal instead of the search bar on the website, but I thought that's what you told me to do. Okay. Look at the browser. Use the UI search bar, type Apple. Check the terminal for logs after I searched on the website. So I did that and it gave me the same error message. So yeah, I guess thought that was kind of weird because they've never had me like try out the app in the terminal before. But yeah, sometimes you just have to do something and see that it doesn't work to learn what's going on. Um, okay. So it's telling me I'm gonna refresh this time and try it again, and then it's what it's telling me. I think is like Claude Code should list what the problem is. So I try NVIDIA. So I'm getting the API key from FMP. Could I not just feed it the docs? Um, so I'm not sure. I'm still learning, and I think there's so much. Like I'm trying to get all the data for all these different stocks, and what I was told from the LLMs is that I need the API keys. But you're saying it's the browser logs, not the terminal. F12 on the page after the error. Okay, I'm gonna put that. I'm gonna try this and then get the error message, and I'm gonna add to Gemini what you're recommending and see what happens. F12 to bring up dev tools. Awesome. Okay. Thank you for the help. Respect. Um. All right. So I did that. I searched Apple again, and it's giving me this same error message that I will paste. And also, I got a suggestion from somebody in the comments. So I'm gonna let you know what their suggestion is in addition to the error message, and you let me know what you think. So I think you're saying just hit F12. So it's appearing in the oh, hit F12 on the like the website. Okay, not Claude Code. Yep. So Gemini is saying this is almost certainly an environment variable issue. Opening the network tab, press F12. Let me try this. Uh, there we go. And then it's telling me there's a strict firewall between the code and the API keys. If Claude Code is trying to use um, the API key in a file that hasn't been properly restarted, it will send the word undefined to the FMP. And saying before writing more code, we need to make sure that Next.js is actually seeing your .env local file. Go to your terminal, press Control C, verify the file. I think what I'm going to do. Oh, yeah. First, I'm going to ask it what were you talking about? Can I just feed it the docs? So before I do that, basically, someone was asking me, like, do I even need to actually use the API key? Couldn't I just feed it the docs? That's a great question. It sounds like they're suggesting that I just copy and paste the stock data into AI's memory, But I'm guessing then it wouldn't work because it wouldn't know what the price is tomorrow. Like if someone searched it up, then yep, then the AI is frozen in time, has a knowledge cutoff, and I want it to be so that like if someone a month from now uses it, the price is updated. Okay, awesome. So they're saying here's another command to try and give Claude. And if this doesn't work, I'm just going to generate a new API key and see if that makes a difference. Because there shouldn't be a problem with this one, but oh, you're saying go to the network tab. I'll try that after I give Claude this prompt. Alright, so I guess I was looking in the wrong place before to try and get like the kind of like the diagnosis of like what the actual problem was. And this person is telling me to check elements, console, sources, network in the network tab. Um, basically, let me know what you think about this. So yeah, I do know what an API key is. I've used about 3 different API keys for financial services. I've used this exact same API key to build 2 different apps before, and it worked fine. And I even tried, like I'll show you guys the let's see, it's still on this one. So this is the same API key in the app that I made yesterday, and I'll show you guys that it's working. See? So like it's pulling up the stock data and it's up to date. Like this should be today's date, February 17th. Huh. So maybe the API key cut off at February 17th. That is interesting. Because that would have been probably when I made that app. Huh. Yeah, I think I'm going to try a different API key. Well, first I want to find out what it's saying for the diagnosis. So I'll go back to Claude and some more water. Okay, Claude says clean. Here's what changed. I'm going to paste this in. This is a significant structural cleanup. Claude just performed what's called a refactor to make sure your app follows the rules of the internet. Okay, they're saying go to the local, search Apple again. Oh, same thing. Okay. So we know it's the API key. Um, does the terminal say no? All right, I tried it again and got the same error. Um, so you want me to open up a new terminal and do what? No, don't open up a new terminal. We want to look at the same terminal where your app is already running. Um, Most likely. Awesome. I'll check that next. Um, okay, I'm going to try this. Another site. To check the network tab, type Apple and click search. And then I can copy and paste that red line. F12. See red line that says analyze, click it. Right side, click the response. Alright, so I found that, and I think I'm going to have it generate a new API key, and I want to see what yeah, it's saying it must be the API key because the server is failing to talk to FMP. Saying to give a prompt to Claude. Okay, the network tab shows 403. Let's hardwire it for a moment to get the stream moving. In the file where you fetch from FMP, create a constant. I'm going to try this, and then I'm going to let Gemini know about the weird thing I just found when I used the same API key on a different app. Respect. Yeah, this is so fun, man. This is cool. Like, I'm learning so much and like building awesome things that don't even exist. So yeah, I know every day I'm just getting better. I can't wait to see what I'll be building in like a month from now. Oh duh, that was the same prompt. Didn't put it in Claude Code, I put it in Gemini. So here we go. All right, Gemini. So what I did was I went and I checked the app that I made yesterday that used the same API key that I used today, and it worked when I searched Apple. But when I looked at the chart, it only showed the last daily candle being from 2 days ago. So I don't know if that has anything to do with what's going on, but I just thought it was strange and that I would mention it to you. All right, so you can see what Claude Code is telling me. The network tab shows 403. The server is sending an empty or undefined API key to FMP. Let's hardwire it for a moment to get the... Oh, that's what I already... Yeah, duh. That's what I sent to Claude Code. And now it's doing its thing. Done. The API key is now hard-coded. Try searching it again. Before I do that, Gemini is saying that what I found on the old app is a perfect detective find. The old app is only showing data from 2 days ago as the smoking gun. means the FMP account is currently restricted to end of day EOD data only, and it likely hasn't updated to the most recent 24 to 48 hours. So here's exactly what's going on, what Gemini thinks. Even though I'm asking for historical data, if my code asks for anything from today, or sometimes even yesterday before the data is settled, the free tier treats that as a live data request. Since the account doesn't have a live data pass, the FMP bouncer gives you a 403 forbidden, not because your key is wrong, but because you're trying to enter the VIP live room instead of the general historical room. So on the free plan, the historical data is often only guaranteed once it's fully processed. If I try to fetch the daily bar for a day that is still active or just closed, it triggers that 403. That's what I think is going on. But what I told it, what I thought, because I had that same error before and I thought I had it fix it, but I'm not sure. Maybe that's not it. So I'm just going to try it again just one time to make sure. Still getting that same error. Yeah. So I'm going to give Claude Code this prompt, and if this doesn't work, I'm just going to use a different API provider. Like, I'm not going to get a different key from FMP. I'm going to get either AlphaVantage, or there was another one that had even more data that I think I would try. All right. So back to Claude, and I'll put in what hopefully is going to work. Because yesterday with this API key, and that's like, all these API keys are so different, like, and the main thing I like this API, what I like about this API key is it has, like all the other API keys for financial, at least for the free tier, you only get like 25 searches a day. This one's 250. But then I found out this one you can't get like the day, like the current price information, because it's trying to make it so like advanced traders have to pay for it. They can't just get like what's going on right now. They have to pay. But this is for beginners, so that's not really that necessary. So it was an easy fix yesterday. I tried to make that same fix earlier, but it was still coming back with the error. So saying try Apple again. Same thing. I'm going to try a different API key. Okay, I gave Claude that prompt. Claude said it did what it was supposed to do. I tried searching for Apple again, and I got the same error. I think what I'm going to do is just switch to a different API key. Give me an example. I remember there was an API key that I used like 3 days ago, and that was able to pull like 30 years of data. Do you remember the name of that API key? AlphaVantage. Okay. They're saying like if I do this, I have to like have Claude rewrite the brain so that it knows to talk to AlphaVantage instead of FMP. And that's not a big deal at all for me. So what I want to do is basically just check one more thing, that the API key matches with the one from yesterday. Like, I thought I double checked, but I'm gonna make 100% sure. I gotta put it on the browser because I'm looking at the API key. All right. Yeah, that's the same API key. That's super weird. So I'm going to try a different one. And I think that will fix the problem. Maybe with the free tier, they just don't want me using it on different apps. I don't know. Sometimes the LLMs are wrong. So even though it told me I could use it on 100 different apps, I'm just going to try a different one. Alright, switch it back to Claude. And here we go. Okay, that prompt you just gave me asked me to paste the API key onto the prompt, but I don't want to do that because I'm on the live stream, and also then when I've done that in the past, when I paste API key onto the prompt instead of straight into the env folder, then sometimes Claude Code will like list the API key when it's generating text. So I'm guessing what I need to do first is get the new API key and then replace it in the .env local file. Is this correct? And if so, I guess, yeah, just let me know. I'm right, that's the safety first way to do it. Delete the old key, paste the new Alpha Vantage. I feel like that wasn't Alpha Vantage though, that was something else, but it's all good. Alright, Alpha Vantage. That one was not Alpha Vantage. They won't give me one because I already used my email for the old one. So are you sure that was Alpha Vantage? Because I'm pretty sure it was not Alpha Vantage that has the 30 years of data. Can you make a list of the other possible API keys that would have this? Yeah, and then like I'm looking forward to monetizing this in the future, and then I can just have one paid API key for like the whole. However, I end up setting this up when I have all the different features made. But for right now, I like being able to test all the different APIs. It was Polygon. That's right. Okay. No, Tingo. That was it. That was it. Tingo. And I used Tingo on the one that had. It was Tingo. So, Tingo is a fantastic choice. Update the env file. Alright. So, I gotta get back in my browser. Update the env file. Okay. Which one had Tingo? Like it was the Fibonacci. Okay. So I'm going back to the project that I had the Tingo key on and just copying and pasting that. So that one. Let's see. Tingo. See if it just gives me one easy. There we go. My API token. All right. Click to copy token to clipboard. Then I'll go back to the right folder, the project I'm working on now. Breakout radar. Yeah, I always have problems, almost always have problems with these API keys. And I'm guessing because they're the free ones, and I'm like finding ways to work around them. But yeah, from what I've seen, most of these are like $50 a month, and I don't even know if people are going to use these apps. So if I can do it for free and try out different API keys and see the different features, that's what I want to do. All right, I've updated the API key, saved it. So now this is going to be like the moment of truth. Hopefully this worked, and I go back to the terminal. Get Claude going again. Okay, and now I got to give it a new prompt. Control C. This npm run dev. Okay, I'm giving it the prompt that I'm switching from FMP to Tingo. Please write the data fetching logic to use the Tingo data. All right, hopefully this works. Yeah. Oh, I feel like I gotta stand up. Some movement, get the energy flowing. So yeah. So yeah, Tingo had more data, and there was not any issues with accessing the most recent data, but it only had like, I think like 25 searches a day. And saying something about delete a certain file. So gonna copy this into Gemini. All right, I replaced the API key with the Tingo one. I gave the new prompt for Claude Code to, use the Tingo API key now, and it gave me this response. Give me a summary of what the response is saying. Yeah, I definitely don't like being stuck at these problems, but it's how I learn the most. So, give thanks for everything, the good and the bad. Sometimes the bad is actually what you need in life, and everything is abundance and perfect, and everything that's coming to me is the universe supporting me so that I can get to where I want to be. So, even though times might seem like they are, you know, bad or frustrating or whatever, that's all just a mindset. Like, one thing is bad to one person, could be good to another person. It's all about mindset. Um, the prompt I gave to Claude was perfect, essentially a brain transplant for the app. Since the code was originally written to speak FMP, now everything is Tingo. URL and security, adjusted math. And the main reason I'd adjust the math because it's more data and stocks do splits, and if it's splitted data, then it messes with it if it doesn't understand that. JSON remapping. FMP used capital letters. Tingo uses camel case. Check the terminal. Search Apple, type it in the browser. All right. Guess it's saying basically try it again. Oh yeah, it was okay. Yes. So we just fixed it. Basically it was saying like the API key should work. I'm gonna show you guys the browser now. It's saying that the API key should work. From everything I was doing, I was like, yeah, I checked the old apps, like it worked. Like we had the same issue because that API key had more free calls in a day, but it just couldn't access like the current day. And it was like, yeah, everything's like it should work. But I was like, you know what? I'm just gonna try a different service for API key. I have no idea why they cut me off, but I'm gonna try a different service. And that's what I did. I asked Claude, I changed the API key from FMP to Tingo, and I told Claude, hey, I'm changing the API key. You need to go and change like how this thinks about it, the brain, because this has like different issues with this API key. So did it, and the first try, now it's working. So yeah, I got it. It was so like, and like now I know that like what is it called, FMP, like it gives me more free uses, but it's gonna run me into problems like when I need to get the most recent day. And I would rather have like the most recent day is pretty important too. Like I don't want it to be lagged like that. And I didn't even realize that on the last app that I made with that it cut off the last 2 days. So yeah, just learning as I go, staying with the flow, and now I know. Even though sometimes it's like things are moving kind of slow, everything's looking right. Now the next step I'm pretty sure is going to be to get the what you call it, the chart, and get the chart so it's showing the actual zones of support and resistance. That is what this is all about, because right now this is just giving like the information, and I want the visual chart up there so people actually like understand, have a way better understanding, because for a beginner, like, this is going to be pretty difficult, I think, for them to understand. Okay. Yes, it finally worked. There's definitely something that I do not understand with FMP. I definitely gave it the right key. Do you have any suggestions or ideas on what was going on with FMP not working? Yeah, man, good timing. You just got back right in time, right when I got it fixed. This is a massive win. Getting the data to finally appear on the screen is the best feeling. Yeah, it is, especially after like that much of a head scratcher that I'm like, what is going on here? As for why FMP was being so stubborn when Tingo worked instantly, usually boils down to one of three technical grumbles FMP has that Tingo doesn't. The strict refer policy. FMP is very sensitive about cross-origin resource sharing. If the local server sends a request that looks even slightly like it's coming from a browser instead of a pure server, FMP triggers a 403. Tingo is weird. So maybe because I was looking at the local in cursor browser window before, that could be it. Endpoint version paywalls. FMP is a habit of moving specific tickers like Apple or Tesla into their premium version of an endpoint. So even if you have a valid key, might return a 403, but I tested Apple with the other app and it worked. So it can't be that, or I'm guessing most likely. The trailing space ghost. FMP's API parser is notorious for failing if there's a hidden 20%, a space at the end of the URL or the key. Claude Code accidentally added a space when appending the API key to the URL. I don't think it was that, because I double checked that there was no extra space. FMP is great for quick and dirty current prices. I don't know what that means. Tingo is the professional grade choice for the deep 5-year steel wall analysis you're doing. It's more reliable for the heavy. So Tingo's yeah. I'm just learning which API keys are better, and I thought FMP was good, but Tingo's definitely becoming my favorite so far. Like, if I had to pick one right now, I would be picking Tingo for financial apps. What's next on the breakout radar? Okay, so that's what I need to let it know. The steel walls are not appearing. The chart is not appearing. Okay, so the chart is not appearing, and that would mean like everything with it, like the steel walls are not appearing. It's only showing the that Apple is resting on a price floor, and then it's showing a wall directory with like back testing. And this is strange because I didn't ask it to do the back testing yet. I didn't really want it to like add that step yet. I thought I was sure that I was only doing one step at a time. So, you know, I mean, it's fine. It did it, I guess, and it looks good, but I'm just confused why it would have done that already when as far as my knowledge, I did not tell it anything about backtesting yet. So I guess give me a response to what's going on right now, what you think is going on, and what you think I should do for the next step. Nothing but smooth sailing from now on, hopefully. If it sounds like Claude got a little overexcited when you told it to switch to Tingo and update the analysis logic, likely looked at the project name, breakout radar, and decided to build what it thought a radar should have, including a backtesting directory without waiting for your signal. See, that's what I don't like, when Claude just decides to like build stuff. This is a classic AI overreach where it tries to be helpful, but it skips the most important part, the visuals, right? So what's going on? The missing chart. If the analysis is showing up, Apple is resting on a floor, but there's no chart. It means the data flow is working, but the UI component is broken. Claude likely updated the brain but forgot to connect the eyes, the chart, and the new Tingo data format. The ghost backtesting. Claude probably saw that Tingo provides 5 years of data. Realized, hey, I can't just find walls with this. I can see if these walls worked in the past. It worked. It wrote the code ahead of time. It's a good feature to have later, but it's cluttering your screen right now. So why is the chart missing? Tingo's data structure is an array, while FMP's was an object. If your chart component is still looking for data historical or seeing undefined and refuse to draw the lines. Next step, the cleanup. Gonna tell Claude the data is flowing, but the chart is not knowing. Please fix the chart component. Alright, let's try it. Something tells me it's going to make its own chart like it did before, and it's going to look really bad. And I'm going to need to give it another prompt to change it, but we'll see. Yeah. And this is good too, because if Tingo can create the chart and have it look good, that's just another like thing, because that FMP was making some really bad looking charts. And I had to basically have it go on to, if you know what trading view is, and go on to trading view and then like basically like copy their chart system. And I was not, I mean, that was cool for like the purpose of like what I needed to do to make the chart look good for the app. But like if I was going to monetize this, or when I monetize this, I don't want to have a trading view logo on there. I'm sure there's some kind of copyright issue with that. So right. So I'm gonna go back to dev server 3000. Oh, that's trend friend. Let's try it again. Here we go. Whoa. Yeah, that's not as I thought. And also I want candlestick chart. Whoa. Yeah, that is way too much going on. So I want to get a candlestick chart. I want to I'm not gonna tell it to go to what you call it, trading view and like try to like copy their chart yet. This looks a lot better already. Even though this is the line chart, it looks way better than the chart that was coming from FMP. So I'm gonna have it switch to a candlestick chart and tell it to clean up all these extra lines. Um, should just have like one floor line and one ceiling line. I think that is gonna be for like where it's at now. I don't want to show the history of all the different floor lines. But yeah, everything else. All right. Okay, the chart is working. However, it looks awful. First off, this is a line chart and I want to have a candlestick chart. Second, there is one line for the ceiling, but then there's like 100 different lines for different floors. And that makes it super difficult to like understand and read. I think especially for a beginner. So what I want to do is like I just want to have one line for the floor and one line for the ceiling, and to put those lines in play based on like where the price currently is. And then I'm wondering, would that mess up the back testing? Like hopefully they can still do the back testing and not have to add all those extra lines. But I guess like that's maybe something I shouldn't even be thinking about right now. That's why I wanted to wait and add the back testing after like the chart and everything was working good, because otherwise it can cause like more problems. So let me know what you think and then I'll go from there. We went from not enough data to information overload in 10 minutes. But at least we're moving and it's working. What's happening is a classic AI developer mistake. Claude is trying to be accurate by showing me every single mathematical bounce point it found over the last 5 years. But in trading, if everything is a level, then nothing is a level. You just get a messy grid that's impossible to trade. But this is not about trading, it's about investing, and I told you that. So here's the plan to turn this from a math experiment to a professional grade candlestick terminal. The visual upgrade, saying standard charts are for long-term investors and candlesticks are for traders. I don't know. I think, yeah, I mean, sure, we could just use the line chart. Some tells me those candlesticks are gonna look weird, and I get it. Like for this, like, can still use the line chart. But the main thing about candlesticks is you don't know if it's closed. Like, or I mean, a line chart, you don't know if like it's closed for the day. Candlesticks show you like the daily close. But yeah, that's more maybe than beginners. Yeah, I gotta be thinking from a beginner mindset. Okay, before I give Claude this prompt, you're telling me that candlestick charts are for traders and line charts are for beginners. And I hear what you're saying and I understand your reasoning. However, um I like using candlestick charts better. I'm not 100% sure this is the best thing for this chart. The main reason that I wanted candlesticks for this chart is because then you would know if the daily candle is still in play or if it's closed, which would, help better, I would think, for beginners. However, I don't know how the candlestick is going to look with this, but I guess maybe it's worth a try. What do you think? It's not just about trader versus beginner, it's about context. I'm right that candlesticks tell a better story for the right now. A line chart only tells where the price ended, but a candlestick tells if the price is currently fighting to stay above a floor or if it just is going above for a little bit and is about to get like hit back up or down. Yeah, because then you can see if it's actual the wick or the body of the candle that's going, and I can even explain that for like the beginner education station that I put on when I'm done getting the main features. Yeah, okay, this makes sense. So instead of showing the whole, this makes a ton of sense. Instead of showing the 5 years of data, we're just going to show the last 3 to 6 months, and I'll tell it to do 6 months of data. And that way you won't have to like zoom out and zoom in so much and make the candlesticks look weird. That's a good suggestion. We can add a simple button to switch between all history and recent action. I don't think that's necessary for what this tool is doing. I want to keep this tool simple. So I'm just going to look at the last 6 months of data and then show the support. Yeah, that's totally what I want to do. Saying 90 days. No, I want 6 months. All right, I like your suggestion, but instead of showing the last 90 days, I want to double that and make it the last 6 months. I don't think that this would have a problem as far as like, it should still be able to look at the last 5 years of data to get the current floor and ceiling levels, I'm guessing. Let me know what you think. Six months is a sweet spot for TA, technical analysis. The brain and the eyes of the app are two different things. The brain will still crunch all 5 years of data, of Tingo data, to find the absolute strongest steel walls. The eyes will only render the candle for the last 180 days, so the user isn't overwhelmed. Okay, now it's giving me the candlestick prompt. Use the full 5 years of data, but set the chart's visible range to only the most recent 6 months. Only display the single strongest red resistance line ceiling above current price and the single strongest green support line floor below. Sure the candles have breathing room and don't look crowded. Use the dash line for the floor and ceiling to make them look like radar levels rather than solid price bars. Make sure the price of the floor and ceiling is clearly visible on the right hand X or Y axis. Okay. Making it better. So when I'm using Claude Code and say like what I'm doing is I have like, different projects, I'm doing a different app every day. Does Claude remember information from like the previous projects that I do? So like if I made a financial app yesterday that I was having to do back testing, does that like factor into it deciding that it wants to like add a back testing feature to the next project that I'm working on today? Saying it's a good question. Technically, every time I start a new chat or new project in Claude, the AI has digital amnesia. It doesn't actually look into your other folders or previous chats unless you specifically tell it to. Doesn't remember yesterday's app in the sense that it has a memory of your personal history. Training data factor, wide added backtesting. It's not because it remembered that I did it yesterday. It's because it has a pattern brain and its massive training data. Financial app and financial analysis app plus historical data almost always equals backtesting. Saw me pulling 5 years of data and thought if a person looking at 5 years of data usually wants to see if their strategy worked in the past, it'll be helpful to build that structure now. If I'm using Claude Code and Cursor, there is one way it could actually know the file tree. If your yesterday app and today app are in the same main folder, you have both projects open the same workspace, Claude might see the other files when it scans your directory. And if it sees a file called backtesting.ts in a nearby folder, because they are in the same main folder. That's interesting. Wow, okay. So now I know if I put a bunch of apps or a bunch of projects in the same main folder, wait, does it mean okay. So I'm not sure what you mean by main folder. I have a dev folder set up in the C drive of my computer. And inside that dev folder, I have a folder labeled apps. And inside that app folder, I have the individual folders for all the different apps I created. That explains exactly why Claude is acting psychic. even even though you think of them as separate apps, if I open the apps folder, the parent folder in Cursor, and pointing Claude Code at it, the AI can see the entire neighborhood. It sees your project from yesterday, sitting right next to your project from today. How the leak happens. When Claude indexes your project, it looks for context. Oh, okay. So it's thinking, oh, this developer likes to use this specific backtesting logic and this specific charting style. It tries to be consistent with your coding DNA. Wow, that is interesting. So to keep Claude from getting confused, always make sure you open only the specific app folder in the editor rather than the top level apps folder. I thought that's what I did, but that's either way, that's good to know. So let's see. This is taking only 2 minutes and 40 seconds, but longer than the other steps to make this candlestick chart. Make these changes. Yeah, the candlestick chart always seems to like, not always though. I guess just the last couple days using that FMP. All right. Yeah, let's try it out. That looks good. I just do not like the dashed lines for the... That is like, yeah. Wow. Yeah, see, beginners would have no idea where to draw that line, those lines. All right. Um, yeah, so you can see right here, today, Apple went down and it did exactly what we were talking about. Um, this is why I wanted to use the candlestick chart. So what Apple did today was it went down and it went past the line of support. So it looked like it was breaking through to go down farther, but it came back up and just went right above the support line and then closed there. So anybody looking at the daily chart today, or even a line chart today, they would have been like, "Oh, it just broke that level. It just broke support." But experienced traders would know you need to wait for the candle to close, and the daily candle is better. Like if you're looking at a 5 minute candle or like a couple hour candle, that's not going to be as reliable. You want to wait for the daily candle to close, which it did back above the line. So this is like getting there. Just want these lines to be so like the price floor should be green and the top should be red. Yep. I guess it's okay that they're dashed. I was looking for more of like a box, but this is totally fine. Strongest levels from 5 years of data. Price floor is 165.30 and the ceiling is 278.27. Okay, I don't like that it added that yet, because it's confusing to a beginner. It's like, okay, well, if strongest level is at 165, why is there why is the level set at 260? And also, I feel like shouldn't be this like extra like blank space beginning and end. So the next prompt, I'm just gonna have it make the chart look better, and then we'll go on to the next part. All right. All right. I like how the candlesticks look. Um, However, the ceiling and floor lines I want to change, because the ceiling is the red dash line and the floor is also a red dash line. I was thinking originally of using like some kind of like shaded box for the lines. But I think these dashed lines are fine. So basically what I want to do is change it so the floor dash line is green instead of red. And also, um, at the first candle on the chart, there's a bunch of blank space between like the edge of the chart and the first candle. And at the last candle of the chart, there's a bunch of blank space between the last candle and the edge of the chart. And I want to clean up that blank space so that the candle is very close to the edge of the chart, just not touching the line of the edge of the chart, so that you can see the candle better. So I guess for now, write a prompt to make these changes. Yeah, get there. Over here, over where? Over there. Let's refine the candlestick chart visuals for better readability. Remove blank space. And then stuff that it's already done, I think, but shouldn't be that big of a deal to if it's redundant. Alright, back to cursor, Claude Code. And I'm gonna go back and read the original outline of the steps. So yeah, we did the wall logic, we did the logic, the radar part. Oh, okay, so essentially we're missing a step here from the start. So next time I'll know to catch that when I have the LLM create the steps. I gotta remember to make sure they create the step to make the chart before they do the like the brain and the data. So I think that will make things a lot easier in the future. Yeah. Right. Everything is now color matched. Green candles with the green floor line. I'll try it. Huh. No, it's not. But it fixed. No, it didn't. Weird. Didn't do anything that it said it would do. What the heck? And plus, like, dude, maybe that extra information of the green candles align with the green floor line is what messed it up, because that shouldn't have anything to do. Okay. So Claude is telling me that it cleaned everything up and the green candles align with the green floor lines and red candles align with the red ceiling line. However, the green and red candles really don't have anything to do with like the ceiling line being green and the floor line being red. Basically, I think that's why it got messed up. Because when I went to the site and I tried it again, it looks the exact same as before. So I guess create a new prompt and tell it that it needs to change the floor line to make it, or let's see, the floor line is red. So what it needs to do is change the ceiling line to make it green. And also just tell it to make sure there's no space before the like the first candle that it shows, or like very minimal space. One more thing too. So underneath, or like in the chart, underneath the actual chart itself, but in the chart box, there's a like a green square that says price up and a red square that says price down. And I want you to change the green square and the red square to a green rectangle that looks like a candlestick with no wick, and a red rectangle that looks like a candlestick with no wick, so that I think a beginner would better understand that they're saying like a green candle means the price went up that day, and a red candle means that the price went down that day. Also, do you think this is too many instructions to be asking at once, that maybe that's why it's not doing what it said it would do? Claude likely got confused. Yep, because you gave them that extra instruction to make the I see what it's doing. Because today was a red candle, so it made the lines align with today's red. That makes sense. Yep, because they're trying to give it too many instructions at once. So I gotta see every time the LLM gives a prompt, I gotta read it and make sure, like, if anything looks like it's adding it in that I didn't tell it to do, just copy and paste, or just delete that out. No, it's not too many for Claude's brain, but it's a lot for this execution. When AI tries to do 5 things at once, it often hallucinates that it finished a task when it actually just skipped it. So we're going to tell Claude to stop thinking about the logic and just follow coordinates. Uh, all right. Hopefully this one works. So yeah, this is still a lot of steps, but I think it cleared up the confusion. Because it basically did what I was telling it to do. It said to align with the candle from today. But it didn't say from today, but that must have been how it interpreted it. And yeah, this should be a very easy fix. I don't see even the last one, but I see where it got confused. It's just gonna make the chart better. And essentially, like, for what I'm doing, maybe this is kind of like overkill, like for the design to be like perfect like this, but I just want the chart to look good, because I think for beginners that it would make it very, very, it would avoid confusion. I think this is for beginners. An advanced person wouldn't need the chart to look good. They'd still understand it. Okay. Now let's see if it worked. Dude. Okay. Did everything except for... Yeah, that's fine. So it did everything except for changing the bottom, changing the price floor to green. Okay. So Claude just did everything except for changing the price floor to green. So I guess just create a simple prompt that will have Claude change the price floor line to green. It shows underneath the chart for like the key of what the labels mean that the price floor is a green dash line. But then it shows on the actual chart that the price floor is a red dash line. So yeah, just make a prompt to change that. Okay, so even simple things, I gotta just still do it one at a time. Saying it's hallucinating, and I need to use this prompt to force Claude to hunt down the specific property for that floor line. Okay, find the reference line. Force color, change its attribute to green. And then you're telling it to make sure that there's no padding space, but I told you it did that already, and I don't want to have it do too much, so I gotta have you rewrite that prompt. Okay, the prompt is looking good, except it already changed the padding space, so the padding space issue is done. The only thing that should be done in this prompt is just changing that price floor to green. Oh man, sometimes if only it were easier to talk to Claude LLM through voice chat. Okay, target the floor, break the link. Do not use the shared color variable. Set its stroke property to green. Sure, it remains a dashed line. I mean, why even tell it that? Double check that you haven't accidentally changed the price ceiling line to green as well. Ceiling must stay red. I mean, is that necessary? It's like it wants to just like give it extra information. It's like it can't help itself. Like, no, that prompt is too short. I have to like add stuff. Why the AI is failing this specific task? Because you're giving it extra. Because you are giving it extra commands that is confusing it. That's why. All right. Yep. Oh, I'll be right back. Found the problem. So the problem is what I thought. It set the code so that the price floor line is set to match the color of the last printed candle, which I definitely never asked it to do that. So yeah, what I'm seeing is like working with Claude Code. I mean, it's awesome. Like, this would have costed me hundreds, if not thousands of dollars, and a lot of time to wait for someone to build it. But it's a lot like talking to the LLMs, in the sense that the more you talk to it, the more you understand how it thinks. And when it makes weird mistakes and stuff like that, if you're a beginner from like talking to like LLMs, you're like, why is it doing this? Like, this doesn't make sense. But like, the more you talk to it, the more you understand, okay, it's because I phrased this in a certain way, or it's because like I had to do this and earlier and I got confused with that. And you just become way more aware of how you're talking to it, the answers it's giving you, and knowing when to stop it when it's like giving you something back that could lead to an error in the future. So yeah, just going into Claude Code as a beginner, I think it would be a lot more difficult if you're not experienced with talking to LLMs and understanding like kind of how they think. Right. So let's try this again. See if it's acting like my friend. Oh duh. A-P. Keep spelling, dude. Apple should be APPL, not AAPL. Duh, now it took the price floor line out. Why is this? This is the simplest thing. This should be so simple. Okay, Claude Code said that it found out that the problem was that the price floor color was supposed to match the color of the last candle. I didn't ask it to do that. I'm not sure why it decided to do that, but it said it fixed the problem. So I tried refreshing the page and searching again, and now it totally deleted the price floor line. So I guess it just needs to know that it needs to put that price floor line back in there so that it's green. If you think that this is the right thing to ask it to do, then create a prompt to tell it to do that. Yeah, Gemini is trying to blame this on Claude. It's like it tried to be artistic and match it, and I'm like, no, it's because you told it with that extra prompt or with that extra direction in the prompt to correlate that with the candle. And I just didn't catch it because I didn't understand the way it was written out. At least I think that's what's going on. Okay, restore the line, fix color, ensure the Y property, keep it as a dash line, ensure the price ceiling remains red. Okay, I don't know how much clearer it could be. It's like, okay, Claude, you're doing very, very difficult things very well and very, very simple things quite poorly. So I'm thinking, what would be the next step? Oh yeah, fix the steel walls data. Sometimes it's like 2 steps back and 1 step forward. The floor is green, the ceiling is red, period. I wish I could trust you, but we'll see. Dude, no floor line again. What is going on? Oh. Major floor. Major ceiling. Okay. So that's strange. But it fits with the steel walls thing now, so like they were showing support and resistant lines. They showed it was so weird because before it said like it showed the steel walls underneath, like strongest levels from 5 years of data. But the line that they drew before was like not the strongest line. It was like more like probably like the line from the 6 months, because it definitely matched. It was like a the previous line they had for support definitely matched like the last, like the available data on this chart. um I think for beginner, like this is, I'm gonna see what Gemini thinks. All right, so it put in the dash green support line now. However, it moved it way down. So before it had it up around like, what looked like the support line for the available data on the last 6 months. But because it's looking for 5 years of data, um, underneath the chart it says steel walls, and it shows the strongest levels from 5 years of data, and it says the price floor is at $165 and the heavy ceiling is at $278. So now when it redrew this green line, it put it way down at $165 where the price floor is over the last 5 years of data. This is leaving a ton of space in between like the bottom of the chart, what you can see for the 6 months chart. But I mean, this is accurate. Like this is the strongest line over the past 5 years. And this is made for beginners. So I think like, a beginner's gonna see this and they're gonna realize like what's going on. But man, I'm just wondering if it would help them more if the lines were based on just the last 6 months. Um, I don't know. I'm thinking I'm thinking that it's better to have it be like the lines be at the actual strongest levels from 5 years of data. But I want to get your honest opinion and don't just tell me that I'm right with my opinion. Um, Give me like, you know, an unbiased like opinion. They're right. I like their reasoning. Gemini's telling me, like, yeah, it would look better if the lines were closer and I were to use the last 6 months of data. But those lines are not as reliable and they're way easier to break. So for a beginner, that could lead them into problems easier. This is going to teach them patience and perspective. Yeah, this totally does. Because it was showing the lines before based on the 6 month, and it was showing that it like I was showing you guys before, that the candlestick, the wick just broke the line today. And it's like broke that before and come right back up. Just like maybe twice in the past 6 months. So I like what it does now. This makes sense. Um yeah, I like that. Keep it how it is. I like to keep it how it is. I do not want to add the 6 month lines because, like you said, those are weaker and that could lead beginner investors into problems. So I like what it is. So I'm looking back at like where we're at as far as the steps go that I originally made to make this. And I think the last step is really step 4, the Tailwind glow, to make it look like $1 million app. Um, so basically, you're talking about adding shaded zones instead of thin lines. I'm not sure how important that would be. Let me know what you think. I don't know that that's really necessary. I think it'd be easier for a beginner to just have like the dash line and then add a strength meter for each wall and then add a clean dark mode dashboard that looks like a high-end trading terminal, but like it already has that. So far what it has is the bar where you can type in the ticker, and then it has like a box that has a read for what the the chart is, what the tool is basically like telling you. And right now it's saying Apple is resting on a price floor, but it's not, because I think, okay, this box was set up so that it showed the previous line that was like the 6 months of data line. And the price is way, way closer to the ceiling than the floor. So this read is wrong because I'm guessing it's set up with the you know, with the original logic that I was looking at the last 6 months to draw these lines. So I'm thinking the next step now is to make this fix so that the box under the ticker search um, gives the correct read based on the lines being based on the levels from 5 years of data. So create a prompt to do that. Okay. The analysis text is currently out of sync with the chart. Please update the logic. Sync text to macro. Update the status box. Add strength meters underneath the chart where the steel wall levels are listed. Trying to tell it to do too much. And it's saying use dark mode. I told you not. I told you that's not necessary. All right, I'm just looking at this prompt that you gave me. And I'm trying to avoid. I'm looking at this prompt that you just gave me, and I'm trying to avoid giving Claude too much information that it gets confused again, because that's okay. So don't try to talk to Gemini while you have stuff highlighted that it just said, because it will cause problems. I think that's the problem. I'm looking at the box. How do you do this sometimes, Gemini? I'm looking at the prompt that you just created, and you're adding extra steps that I did not want to do right now. And when you did that in the past, I think it confused Claude. Like you had it before. I think it doesn't like that I'm calling it out that it's wrong. Okay. Oh. All right, so I only got like half that prompt written out before it cut me off, but it seems to understand what I was saying. Saying Gemini's like, I fell into the same AI overreach trap that it warned me about earlier. Don't try to add the strength meter and the glow at the same time. We're trying to fix broken logic. It's a recipe for another messy Claude response. Yeah, like you know that too. So you got to be careful. Like, man, AI is awesome, but you got to really like be its boss and guide it. Do not let it guide you. Like, let it give you information, but like be the guide. Like, keep your same vision. Okay, so now the analysis text box is currently giving the wrong information. It's using the old 6-month logic, but the chart is using the 5-year logic. Please fix only this. Update the analysis logic. Change the status message so it's based only on the 5-year steel walls levels. The price is not within 2% of the floor or ceiling. Change the message to say trading between major levels and show the distance to the next ceiling and the next floor. I don't think that's necessary. I did not ask you to do that. You adding this stuff in, man. I'm like, dude, don't. But I like that idea that it says instead, if it's not close to the floor or ceiling, it should say instead trading between major levels. But I don't want it to show the distance. I like everything about that prompt except for one thing. For number two, um, if it is more than 2% away from the floor or ceiling, the message should say trading between major levels, but do not show the distance to the next ceiling or the next floor because that will be obvious just from looking at the chart, I would think, for any beginner. So recreate that prompt by just changing that one thing. Some days, man, it's like different things that it like keeps doing wrong every day when I have like a different chat. Some tells me in like a couple months I'm not even gonna be using the barely be using the LLM. I'll just be talking straight into Claude Code. And then it still had to add remove the distance text. It doesn't have any distance. Maybe it programmed it earlier to include that or something. But if it did, why would it add it again? That's so weird. Wow. Yeah, so today I just missed the last couple of days. I got like the crypto that I've been trading. It was making lower lows and lower highs for like the past week. And I was catching each lower low and like selling at least some of it close to the lower high. And just today, just I was busy and I missed it. Like I just didn't have time to like check the chart and should have set an alert. Dude, I gotta remember to set alert. I would have caught that then. But anyways, the one day out of the past week where I don't catch the lower low, it takes off and it breaks out of the range. And I'm just like, man. But now I know, like, I've been through this so many times. I know, like, don't buy right now. Like, yeah, it just broke through, but like now that's like, I missed it. Just gotta wait for it to go and hopefully retrace. At least for trading. Like, buying on spot, that doesn't really matter. For a beginner, man, I would say I am still buying spot. Like, I like just started buying back crypto again in the past like month or two. And I've been putting like everything extra I can back starting now back into like Bitcoin especially. Not surprised it came down this far because we're like we just broke through kind of like the last all-time high was like 69,000 and it's been bouncing kind of in between like 65,000 and like 70,000. So just under the last all-time high. Um but yeah, man, sometimes it can be frustrating, but that would be revenge trading. If I would just try to like jump in right now, like, oh dude, it just broke that trend line. That trend line's only like a week old. It could easily go right back down and retest it. Sometimes it's like that with trading. First rule, capital preservation. Don't focus on making money. Focus on not losing money. So I know from experience from doing that focus that it looks really like FOMO. Green candle just broke through. But like I'm just telling you guys, like the daily didn't close yet. Just broke through maybe like an hour or two ago. Could easily go right back down and retest. Alright, yeah. This is it fixed it right. So awesome. Alright, now everything that is on the site is looking very good. So right now I think is a good time to ship it to GitHub just to save it where it's at right now. I think I just need to go into GitHub and then create a new repository. Just give me in your response. Let me know what I'm supposed to do, and then give me the prompt for Claude Code to ship it to GitHub. Keep forgetting the name of this one, man. It's not a good name, yeah. But when I can tell when the name is good and catchy. Like I never have to look back at the board. Breakout radar. Support and resistance for beginner investors. For anyone, really. This one, yeah. Because actually, because it's 5 years of knowledge, this is not even an experienced person would still have to do like at least I'm thinking at least like 15 minutes to a half hour work to figure out these levels. Or this is instant. All right, I just gotta wash my hands from this popcorn, man. Okay. New repository. I named it. Keep it public. Create repository. Copy the URL and add it to the prompt. And I will basically do a save. So right now, this app is only on my computer, and I want to save it to GitHub so that it is there and it is saved right. So GitHub gave me a URL, and Gemini gave me a prompt to give to Claude Code. And I just need to paste my URL into the prompt, but it didn't copy the URL right when I hit the copy button, so I just pasted the prompt into the prompt. And I need to paste the prompt, and then I'm going to copy and paste the URL into the prompt. Dude, why are you doing that? It's not copying it over. That's super weird. Yeah, what is going on? Okay, GitHub's not letting me copy and paste this. Like, that's so weird. Copy, link, paste. Now it worked when I just had to erase the prompt. Okay, that makes sense. Weird. Sometimes the technology just like doesn't want it. Some days it's like it's working with me, and some days it's like just being strange. But I always figure it out and then learn more. Sure. Okay. That's fine. I just added an extra number. Okay, we got it. Alright. Copying the prompt, push it to GitHub. Alright, I'm thinking I want to add backtesting and education. For the backtesting, I want to say how many times has it hit the floor, and how many times has it bounced off the floor, and how many times has it bounced off the ceiling. And then give like a average percentage of the move that it usually makes when it bounces off each one. And then show like the 10 most recent bounces and how big the moves were. All right, the next thing I want to do is add some type of backtesting. So what I'm thinking is to say how many times in the past 5 years has the price bounced off of the floor? How many times has it bounced off of the ceiling? And then give a percentage, like an average percentage of the move it makes when it bounces off the floor and when it bounces off that ceiling. And then also show a list underneath that shows the last 10 bounces that it made with the dates and the percentage of the move that it made with that bounce. So create a prompt to do that. Yeah, saving it before I get into the more complicated part. So I just check refresh GitHub and make sure the files are shown there. And they are. Awesome. Yeah. Moving, making it. Let's add it. Here's the prompt. Let's add a historical performance section under the chart. Use a 5-year data to calculate the following. Bounce logic. Define a bounce as any time the price came within 1.5% of a steel wall, floor, or ceiling, and then reverse direction by at least 3%. I'm saying like it actually hit it. Not 1.5% because it does that a ton. I mean, that's especially for Apple, that's going to be like 1% of 278 is going to be like $3, I guess. So I want to change it to 0.5%. Yeah, that's better, I think. Um, but it's key to have it reverse direction by at least 3%. Okay. Um, okay, I just want to make some simple changes to this prompt. The main thing is that you're saying that define a bounce as any time the price came within 1.5% of a steel wall, floor, or ceiling. But I think it should be if the price came within 0.5% of the steel wall, and keep it so that, and then reversed by direction by at least 3%. Also, for the visuals, this should be um, underneath everything that has already been created. So essentially, it should be underneath the 2 box that shows the steel walls levels. So create that new prompt. Okay, I'm gonna get this prompt going, then I'm gonna update the process where I'm at. Double check the prompt is good. Yeah, that's what I want to see. Looking right. Photosynthesizing. Synthesizer. Yeah. Man, I remember when standing desks had to be manual. And I hadn't got a standing desk in so long. I remember like wow, must have been like 10 years ago when I got my first standing desk. People were like, "What? Why would you want to do that to yourself?" Like chairs are good. Like you shouldn't have to stand up all day. Like that's like torture. And I'm like, dude, I'm like, no, sitting in a chair to me all day is torture. Like I want to switch back. And like before, like I would just like have my standing desk up high and I would just like get a high chair put up to it. But those high chairs were not very comfortable. But yeah, I like stand for like an hour and then like sit for like a half an hour or something and just switch. And that is like the best because sitting too long, not only is it like bad, obviously like bad for your back and stuff, but I mean, like your brain, like you need to be like circulating like blood and like stuff and like moving around. Otherwise, your brain's not going to be like working at its best. Like staying hydrated and like keeping the energy moving. That's where it's at. Like, man. Now standing desks are like super like logical to people. Like everyone's like, oh yeah, we need standing desks. And like now I hadn't got a standing desk in so long and I like man, I need to get another standing desk, man. I've been sitting down too much. So then I go and I look up like standing desks and like all the standing desks now are like have the motor on them. I'm like, no way. I'm like, dude, that's awesome. Like, I'm definitely getting a standing desk now, so I can just motorize it and like bring it down to or up to my level, so the desk can be at my level. However, what I quickly learned is if you're looking at getting a standing desk, like Walmart, Amazon, there's a ton of really cheap standing desks, and I mean, essentially you're putting like electronics on top of it. And the like cheaper ones say that they can hold like 200 some pounds or something, but I was doing some research and so many people were saying like not only did they not hold what they were saying, but the motors of the cheap ones would break super easily, and the good ones were only like $100 or $200 more. And I got this one at like the Black Friday sale, so it was like really not that much difference than buying a regular one or a cheaper one. Anyways, okay, clean build. Here's what was added. So I want to check it out. And without a doubt, I think it's going to work. I got a good feeling about this one. Why did it do that? Okay, I see what it's saying. However, I can see that it's hit that ceiling twice because it just hit it. It just hit it and went down. That wasn't 12%. I think this would have been. Right, 277 to like 245. So like 27. Yeah, that move would have been 12%, but it also just did this. But I can't see that one right there because this box right here is like covering it. So I can't tell. Maybe it didn't come within. Because like right here too, got close, but must not be within 0.5%. That's just weird to me. Oh, duh, because I said don't record it unless it goes more than 3% down. If it's just hovering around there, otherwise it would be like every single candle that's just like, you know, sitting there for like 4 days in a row and then like didn't move. And it would make the data weird. But this one definitely, well, is at 3% though. 278 to 256. So it's going to be like $20. Yeah, that should be more than 3%. Huh. I can't tell if it came close enough because the major ceiling. I need to give it a rule so that if the candlesticks are touching the major ceiling or major floor um, label, maybe no, I don't know. I think it's good for what it is. Like I'm just trying to do too much. Main thing is that it's for right now that it's like solving a problem that people would find value in it, and then I like give this to people to use, and if they use it, then I'll make it better. From this point, it is looking pretty good. I think the only thing I want to do is the education station. Okay, that's crazy. It only hit that ceiling one time. But then up here, wait. Heavy ceiling, strength, strong, 5 touches. Historical performance, ceiling, resistance, 1. What? Yeah, that doesn't make sense. This should match. Ceiling, it says here, it touched it 5 times. Historical performance right here. It says it was only once. Wow. Yeah, so that floor, it was staying around that floor for a long time, bouncing, making some big moves. The last time it left out of that floor went like 75%, but that ceiling is like new. Okay. All right, it added what I wanted to add, but I see something strange. Right underneath the chart, it shows steel walls, and it says heavy ceiling, strength, strong, 5 touches. And underneath that, it says historical performance, precision bounces from 5 years of data. Ceiling resistance, 1 precision touch, and it says 0.5%. So also on the top, it says for the bottom, there were 10 touches, and for historical performance, it says for the floor, there were 9 touches. So any idea why, especially for the heavy ceiling, these numbers do not match? I feel like they should be matching. Use 2 different math formulas for the same thing. Okay. So they use the different math formula for the strength meter on the top and the historical performance on the bottom. Yep. So I don't think we should use it's saying we need to have Claude do the 5% rule for everything. But I like the steel walls um logic more than the historical performance logic. So I want to make the historical performance logic match the steel walls logic. Okay, I like how you figured this out. However, what I want to do is I want the steel walls logic to be the main logic that is used. So the historical performance logic should be the same as the steel walls logic. Can you create a prompt to do that? Back to the code. Okay. We need to eliminate the discrepancy between the sections. The steel wall logic is the master logic for this app. Please update the historical performance section to match it exactly. Unify the calculations. Match counts. So the steel wall says 5 touches. The historical performance should also say 5. Reverse engineer the bounces. For the last 10 bounces table, pull the specific dates and price reactions from the 5-year data that were used to determine the steel wall strength. Consistent definition. Do not use the 0.5% rule if the steel wall logic is using a different tolerance. Whatever distance the steel wall logic uses to identify a level, that same distance for the performance table. I mean, that's basically like, I feel like what the first 3 steps are saying. So I see that and I'm like kind of hesitant. That might make it be confused, but we will see. And this is helping so much because like I'm really starting to see where like how the LLM wants to talk to Claude, how the LLM is telling me I should talk to like to coding, like what it needs to know. And I'm seeing like when I give certain instructions to Claude Code, how it understands it. So the more I use Claude Code, the more my brain like understands how to talk to it. And it's definitely different from like talking to like the LLMs. All right. It's vibing. Yeah, that's what I want to see. All right. So close. They're like, all I gotta do is the education station, and that is very simple. That is gonna be nothing that needs to be like relying on any kind of like math to like read the chart or the levels. Support and resistance, that is just gonna be constant to explain essentially what is going on. Have like more information for like what the tool is doing and how it works. So yeah, I mean I really like what it's doing. Really like what I've done so far. I hope you guys are all getting value out of this. And if you're just tuning in, essentially what I'm doing is I'm creating an app for beginner investors. And the last like 9 apps I think I created, or 8 apps I created, which are all linked in the description below, are for beginner investors. And they are based on existing technical indicators, which are basically tools mostly that experienced investors use because they're very difficult, in my opinion, for beginner investors. Because I remember going through the process of learning them all, and they're very difficult for beginner investors to understand. You gotta like, learn a lot, and then especially just to like apply them every day to different stocks takes a lot of time and effort. So this app is the first idea I had for my own technical indicator that no one has created yet. Um, and it's basically like showing the main support and resistant lines for a stock. When you look up any stock, it's going to show you the main support and resistant lines. Now, an experienced investor would be able to, depending on the history of what they're looking at, 5 years of this stock, I'm guessing an experienced investor could like go and do the like math themselves in their head, like before AI, and like draw these lines. And it would take them probably like minimum 15 minutes, max like, 45 minutes to an hour to do this. Um, but they're gonna have to do that like for every single stock they're looking at. So like this, where I made it so it's more like targeted for beginners, but this would have value too to like experienced investors. And looks like this prompt is done, so I want to make sure that it made the right changes. Let's see. All right. Back to the browser. That looks more like what's going on. Yeah, that's definitely better. Because it has, I was like, dude, this looks like it hit that ceiling way more times than just once. And it has. And now it's showing me like, you can expect like last few times has been like at least 8% move down each time it hits that ceiling. And it hasn't hit the floor since 2024. So for sure, this is going to give you some data. So the last step now is going to be super easy. I want to have it push it to GitHub one more time before I do the last step. And I'm about done. This one was more fun than yesterday. So I gotta stay and do the last step, and that's no problem. No need to worry or fret. Just go and do something that's gonna print these checks. Uh, all right, everything looks good with that. So I just want to push it to GitHub again right now. What do I need to do? Just tell Claude Code to push it to GitHub. Yep. Telling Claude to push it to GitHub. Then I'm going to get the last prompt, hopefully the last prompt made. I guess not the last, because I'll still need to have it push it to GitHub again, but the last addition I want to make to this tool. Yeah, this is my first. I feel like I should name it after myself, but I feel stupid doing that. It's like Fibonacci indicator. They named it after Fibonacci, but I don't know of any indicator that's named after the person who made it. Maybe there are, and I just didn't know. Pushed. Awesome. Okay, I think the last thing I want to add is the education station. And this will be underneath everything else. And this will explain, basically what's going on with this app. What kind of problems it's solving and what kind of value it's adding. So give me essentially your ideas on what information should be in the education station. And this is not information that will like change, as the price changes or as the levels of support and resistance change. but it's something that will just be like permanent all the time that's explaining what's going on. Steel wall philosophy. Compare the stock market to a building. A 6-month floor is like a wooden deck, but a 5-year floor is the concrete foundation. Yes. Tell the user we only show you the levels that have survived years of market volatility. Teach them about the 5% rule I implemented, but I changed that. I took that out. And we just talked about that. So you should know that. Good thing I read these things. All right, there's one thing in that prompt that needs to be taken out. That is lesson 3, because we just took away the 5% proximity rule. So that no longer applies. So recreate the prompt with the change that I just told you to make. So close. All right, add a final section at the very bottom of the page titled Education Station. It should be the permanent static section style with a subtle border to separate it from the data. Use a 2x2 grid on desktop. Lesson 1, the 5-year foundation. Lesson 2, the traffic light system. Lesson 3, validated strength. Every touch or bounce in our data represents a moment in history where the market confirmed the wall was real. Lesson 4, no man's land. Explain that when a stock is trading between major levels, it's in a neutral zone. The highest probability opportunities usually happen when the price is near a still wall. Use a clean terminal aesthetic. This section must remain static and visible regardless of which ticker is searched. And make sure it's underneath everything else. Add a final section to the very bottom. Yep. That is good. Like it should be. I'm going to see if it worked and make sure. And then I made my first financial indicator that I created. I mean, essentially like I didn't come up with the ideas of support and resistance, but as far as I know, there is no financial indicator tool that that does this. And as far as me making my own financial indicators, I really like this idea. Like I've pretty much covered, I think, the main financial indicators already. And now I think it's time for me to start thinking up my own ideas and my own indicators, because that is money. Like people have like other sites. Okay, time to test it. There's other like TradingView and Lux Algo and some other sites that, you know, pretty much all like have the same indicators. I think some of them have like more detailed indicators, but yeah, if I have my own site for beginners that has like beginner focused, like all the normal ones plus like my own proprietary ones that I created, and I'm gonna want to look into Oh, nice. I didn't have to refresh it. Education station. I'm switching to the browser so you can see. Okay. The green floor marks the value zone. The red ceiling marks the supply zone. Validated strength. This is good. Yeah. And try a different stock. So most, oh, that's definitely 3%. Why is it not showing that? Oh, it's only showing when it hit the ceiling and bounced down, and it only shows, okay. I was wondering why it doesn't show when it bounced up from a ceiling. Because I didn't tell it to. And that would not, yeah, for beginners that would be like too complicated. So yeah, it only shows when it hit a ceiling from below and bounced down, and it only shows the data of when it hit floor from above and bounced back up. And all right, everything looks right now. I'm just remembering like when we originally set this up, we were talking about doing some kind of like rocket ship logo if it like actually like broke through either a floor or ceiling. Um Essentially, do you remember if like that is still in there? Cuz I've tested a few charts, but none of the charts I've tested have had a actually, yeah, I'm looking at the Coinbase chart right now and it broke from above the ceiling to below. But I'm guessing that's not going to show that rocket ship thing because it broke like above the ceiling to below, and it probably would only show it if it broke from below to above, or if it broke um from below to above the floor maybe. I'm not sure, but let me know what you think. Is that should that rocket ship logo and information that it's saying still be in this the code for this app? Yeah, the rocket ship is usually reserved for a breakout moving from below to above. Okay. Yeah, we're good. I'm saying this is good. Push it to GitHub. All right, I think it's good how it is. Go ahead and give me the prompt to push it to GitHub. sometimes I get done with these and I'm like, what else can I do? What else can I do? And I'm just like, dude, keep it simple. I mean, this is more than simple, but like keep it focused on like solving the main pain points of why people would need this, especially beginner investors. Adding stuff that I think is cool in business, like whether it's an app or like a physical product, that is not a good idea. The best idea for like building anything to like monetize it for a business is to talk to your target market, talk to your customers, ask them what their problems are, find the main problem that they all share in common that's like the most difficult problem for them that they all share in common, and just focus on having your product solve that one problem as well as possible. Anything else that you think is cool, you don't know. It could be like bad for your customers and it's going to mess up the feedback you get. Because, like, once you build that and then you give it to your customers to test it, that extra stuff is going to be like extra noise that can like make it more difficult. The main thing you want to know is, do my customers, does my target market find value in this? What do they like about it? What don't they like about it? Adding extra stuff is like gonna make that more difficult. So yeah, back to Claude Code. Yeah. Okay. Everything is pushed to Claude to GitHub. Now I just want to send it to Vercel. Yes, walk me through one more time how to deploy this to Vercel. Yeah, so this show is all about coding, vibe coding. Watching me as a beginner learn vibe coding, go from nothing to something. In that first million, like the million is the goal for this challenge. But I mean, sky's the limit, really. Like, what's $1 million today? Like, especially like by the time I'm like not able to work, like I'm gonna want to be like the way I am. Like, as long as I'm doing work I love, like, I mean, I'd go sit on the beach or like just do something like that, and like I would be bored. Like, well, first off, I don't sit on the beach. I'll go surfing. But even surfing, I go surfing like wake up when I was like staying out in the islands. Like I would wake up first thing in the morning, go surfing for like, you know, 3 or 4 hours maybe sometimes, come back, and I would like just want to work. I'd be like, now what? Like I'm not trying to watch TV. I got good ideas. I want to like put them to work. So, but what I know is so like from the research I've done, I don't know how true this is, but like the majority of people, at least in America, struggle and have like stress regards to money. Like they're stressed out thinking like there's no way I can like save up enough money to ever retire and like live off that, cuz inflation and the cost of living go if the inflation wasn't bad, it wouldn't be such a big deal, but the way things are going, it's like, I mean, the more money you print out, that's why they made Bitcoin, because Bitcoin has a fixed amount. US dollar and like most other currencies, the more you print out, the more you create, the less value it has, the more inflation goes up. So essentially, inflation keeps going up. As long as inflation keeps going up, it's going to be harder and harder for people to have enough money. So, I mean, even if you're at the top of the range where you're making like 100 to 200K a year, after all expenses, like a lot of those people are still in debt. Credit card debt in America is like the highest, at least the last time I checked, maybe like a year ago or something, 6 months ago. It's at like the highest rate it's ever been. And people are struggling, man. Like it's no joke out here. So like I know, like, I mean, I feel like you need at least like 5 or 10 million to be able to like straight up say like I'm gonna retire and I'm gonna be comfortable and I'm gonna live like the life I want to live. Like that's how I feel about it. So, but at the same time, I mean, the more value. That's what I'm saying. It's abundance. Like, like you're gonna get money. Like there's so many ways to get money. Like there's good and bad. Karma's real. Providing good value to people. Like a lot of people are out here like trading and stuff and getting money, but like that does not provide much value to society. Investing, like you can make more money and stuff like that. So like you're learning investing on this channel, yeah, that's cool to do on the side, but obviously like you need to make that money to invest it. So it's all about learning all this stuff, the business, the investing, the coding, it all fits together. I've been on this journey for so many years and I'm just applying now this new coding skill. So I go to Vercel and so today I will show you right now. I just built technical indicator for beginner investors, and this is an indicator that to my knowledge has not existed before. Like I invented this indicator and it's basically a support and resistance. So it automatically applies over the past 5 years of a stock the strongest line of support and the strongest line of resistance. And like that is not a new idea. Like people have been able to go on a stock and manually figure out where the support and resistance lines are, but this would be very difficult for beginners to like learn how to do this. So essentially, like this is the Coinbase chart. I was looking at Apple before, so I'll try Nvidia, no doubt. I'll try Nvidia, and I will have the link for this app. Just like all my other apps are linked in the description, I'll have the link for this app when I do the next day for this challenge, day 11. It'll be in the description and anyone can use it. So here's like Nvidia. You can see like Nvidia is like really close to the ceiling, the major support over the past 5 years, and it's just like riding there. So this is letting you know Nvidia is trading between major levels right now. The price is not near either the steel wall, is not near either steel wall, but it is. So it's just kind of hard to see. So this kind of makes me feel like I should update the logic for how close it has to be to the wall. I feel like if it's within 5 or 10% or 5% at least of the wall, it should be saying that it's close to the wall. So yeah, I'd want to change that. But anyways, it's showing, we're bouncing off. Each time it's hitting this resistance, maybe there's a fake out where, it goes up and this would make people think, okay, it's time to buy. Like this is what you know, uh, basically experienced investors are told that if you break support or resistance and the candle closes, that it's time to buy, but that turns into a fake out a lot. So anyways, it's showing that. It's showing the price chart for whatever stock you put in, the support and resistance lines for the last 5 years. It tells you here what they are and their strength. So like the price floor is very strong because it hit it 8 different times. So the more price like hits a support level and bounces off of it, the stronger that support level becomes. But the ceiling is not as strong as the floor. It's only hit it 5 times. And historically, when it hits the floor and bounces up, the average move is 20%. And when it hits the ceiling and bounces down, the average move is 10%. And then the last times that it hit, the last 10 times historically, from most recent February 9th, 26th to least recent, um, what was the move? So it hit the ceiling February 9th and moved down about 7.8%. So like February 2nd, 3rd. Yeah, right here. So it hit this ceiling here, and then it came down. Before it came back up, it was like whatever percent that was, like 8%. So and I'm seeing why these, like, I only made it count as a touch, like if it wasn't just hovering there, like it had to like come up and actually hit it and bounce down. So yeah, and then at the bottom, the education station, it basically explains to beginners like what this is all doing, what's going on here. There's a 5-year foundation. The traffic light system, like the green marks the value zone, is a good place to buy. The red ceiling marks the supply zone, level where sellers have historically pushed the price back down. Validated strength, and then the no man's land, when the stock is trading between major levels, it sits in a neutral zone. So yeah, this is my first technical indicator that I kind of invented. But yeah, I'm happy with it. I just got it done, and now I'm about to already pushed it to GitHub. I'm taking it to this site called Vercel, and that's going to make it live so I can get a link and also install tracking so I can see if people are using it. I need more water. All right, so Vercel, sign in using GitHub. I'm already signed in. Click add new. There we go, and then add new project. Breakout radar, import. I can't show you guys this screen because I got to add the environment variables, which is the API key. So I got to go back into cursor where I was doing Claude Code, and then back into my file structure, and go into the env file that has the API key, and just copy and paste that into environment variables on Vercel. And then I just click deploy. Now it's deploying. Now it should take me to the next screen where it's going to show me like a window with the website or the app or website, whatever, on it. So yeah, I did forgot to mark this as I go. I made a system, and I'm constantly like updating my system as I go to make it better. The plan, steps, created the files. Then the style, I made an MD folder. That's the first time I did that. I'm gonna start learning that professional developers make certain types of folders that have like information, background information for each project they're working on, and I'm gonna start incorporating those now. And tested it locally. That's what I did not do yet. Analyze for improvement. Was it over-engineered, under-engineered, or why? Congratulations, you just developed a new project to ABI's projects. So I'm going to click it. Yep, it's taking me to the site. I'm going to try Tesla. Prices testing a heavy ceiling. Okay, and that's working. I just got to hook up analytics now. So go back to the dashboard on Vercel, breakout rater, analytics, enable, and that's so easy. So much. I used to when I first started, I would have Google Analytics, and I had to like go copy code from Google Analytics and like send it to GitHub or send it to Claude Code, and then that would like do its work, and it took, I don't know, 15 minutes to a half hour. And then I started using Vercel, and I found out that for what I'm doing, like Vercel's analytics are fine. So I got the analytics installed. Um, Google Analytics are better for if you're going to be doing paid ads. So ultimately, I would be planning on doing paid ads once this is like live and people are using it, and I've refined it to where I start charging people money. But for right now, like everything is free for my viewers. You guys are the people that are along for the ride. You guys can test all this stuff and let me know what you think. And it's all free right now. And then as you guys test it and use it and let me know, and I can refine it, make it better. And then when I have it to where like, you know, people are using it and it's like working really good and everything's how I want it, then I'll monetize it. And then it would make sense to run paid ads. So, all right, yeah, this is done. And last thing I want to do is do like which I have not done before. I did it last time, but it was like after the stream, and I want to start doing this on every stream. Is I want to analyze for improvement. All right, this is done. Now what I want to do is analyze for improvement. Let me know if it's over-engineered or under-engineered and why. So I think last time you had me create a prompt for Claude Code. First, tell me what you think in regards to this question, and also create a prompt that I can give to Claude Code so it can tell me what it thinks. And when I did this last time, it said it was mostly like perfect, but it was over-engineered in the sense that it had a bunch of extra code in it from changes I made that didn't need to be there anymore. And then it just gave me a prompt for Claude Code to get rid of that extra information. So if I had not done this extra evaluation step, it would not have done that. To evaluate where I stand, got to look at the complexity versus the value scale. Building a financial tool for beginners is a tightrope walk. If you add too much, they get overwhelmed. If you do too little, they don't trust the data. The honest assessment from Gemini is it's just right. Just right for version 1. It's not under-engineered. I didn't just pull a price in a chart. I implemented backtesting and multi-year support-resistant logic. Most beginner apps stop at the current price. I provided the proof and the teacher. Why it's not over-engineered. I made a very disciplined choice to remove the 6-month noise. A truly over-engineered version would have 50 different toggles, RSI indicators, MACD lines, and that would be very, very difficult for beginners. If there's any engineering debt, it's likely in the logic system because we had to force the backtester to match the chart logic. The code might be a bit brittle, meaning if you change the chart math, the table might break. Professional engineering usually involves creating a single master math tool that both the chart and table pull from. So the prompt for Claude is going to be to perform a senior developer code review on this project. Please analyze the current code base for the following. Logic duplication. Are there multiple places where we calculate support resistance? If so, refactor them into a single reusable calculations engine. So the chart, status box, and backtester always use the same data. Performance. Is the 5-year data processing efficient? Are we doing heavy math on every single render? Suggest ways to memorize, like save the results so the app stays lightning fast. Cleanliness. Are there any leftover variables or functions from our 6-month logic phase that are no longer used? Clean up any dead code. Error handling. What happens if the Tingle API returns an error or a ticker doesn't exist? Ensure the UI shows a friendly ticker not found message instead of crashing. And then give me a brief report on the health of the code and one specific recommendation to make it more professional grade for production launch. Awesome. I was not doing this before, and I'm glad I started. Time is the master. You got time to do the things you want. Like, I'm not even motivated. Like, I'm not even motivated so much by material things. Like, kind of, like, I'm not gonna lie. There's, like, definitely material things I want to buy, but I'm more about, like, the experiences. Like, I'm just trying to go snowboarding or surfing or wing foiling or mountain biking or just traveling to new places, meeting cool people, stuff like that. Doing this kind of journey because it's all about the journey, man. Like, I like doing this. Like, that's why I'm doing it. Like, I'm not doing this just like, you know, with the end in mind. Like, it's all about the journey of getting there. And really, with the money, like, when I look at why do I want to have, and always what's been my main motivation is buying time. Like, I don't want to have to like trade my time for money. I want to have money so that I have time to do the things I want to do. And that was like when I started my first business, well, my second business that actually like took off. My main motivation was like, dude, I'm just trying to like make it enough money that I can stay in the mountains and go snowboarding or mountain biking whenever like the weather is good, because that is like not something where like you can plan that. That's very like, oh, it's snowing today, like, oh, we just got a powder day, like I gotta be ready. Like, you never know when that, sometimes you do and sometimes you don't. But yeah, I feel bad for all the people when I would stay out there. And then even though I'm like not out there right now, I mean, this is the worst year I can remember in my lifetime after like three of the best years for powder days and snow. Even if I'm not staying out there, like I've been still going out there the last few years, like a month at a time or a month to 2 months at a time during the best part of the season. And I feel bad for people because most people like, they have to plan it like, way ahead of time, and they can only get out there for like a week. And you can't plan the weather. Like, so many people go out there and they get out there during like a time when it's like either super busy, people everywhere, or really bad conditions, or even both, which is like way worse. Like, I don't even go out snowboarding anymore. The like 2 weeks before New Year's, because that's when like everybody, the majority of people are able to get their free time. So it's just like so many people out there, and usually the conditions aren't even that good yet. All right, we got the advice from Claude Code. I gotta show the code on this one. See, I gave it that app. Logic duplication, grade C. Actually, this is a lot, so I'm going to copy and paste it into um, into Gemini and tell it to summarize. But essentially, the changes it thinks Claude Code thinks I should make to make this better are delete certain file from the disk, the hard-coded API key, uninstall the recharts. Not sure what that means. Remove the dead rocket branch from status icon. I think I know what that means. Update precision touches to reflect actual clustering logic. I think that should not be done. Should like just take away the precision touch part. That's what I thought I did before, so that must be dead code. Add a fetch timeout to the Tingo call. So I'm just gonna double check with Gemini what to do with this information. All right, Claude just gave me a list of suggestions and information on what it thinks. I'm going to paste that here, and I want you to summarize it for me and let me know, especially when it comes to its suggestions. Explain those in more detail. summary. The report usually boils down to this: the app works great for one user, me, but to make it professional grade, it needs to be stable. It doesn't crash on bad data, and optimized, doesn't waste computer power. So the main thing with that right now is a free API, so it only gets like 25 calls a day, I think is what it was. So logic duplication. Right now, the chart might be calculating the steel walls in one file, while the historical performance table is doing its own math in another. If I decide to change the 5% rule to a 7% rule later, I have to remember to change it in two places. And I had it make that rule, but then I realized it was like not working right. Or wait, maybe. But either way, yeah, so it's like, I'm not sure if that rule, no, that rule should stay. Okay, anyway, create a calculations engine, basically a central brain file. The chart and the table both send their data to this brain, and the brain sends back the exact same answers. So kind of change the way that it works, that it thinks, to make it like more streamlined, more organized. So this prevents discrepancy bug I found earlier where the top box said 10 touches and the bottom said 9. Oh, okay. Every time I click a button or resize the window, React to code languages like to re-render everything. Without memorization, the app might recalculate 5 years of stock data, thousands of days, every single second. So probably that would be like a cache system. Memorize the results in coding. This is like writing the answer to a math problem on a sticky note instead of doing the math again. The app just looks at the sticky note. This will make the app a lot quicker. Graceful degradation. If a user types in a fake ticker like like a ticker for a stock that doesn't exist, the API will return an empty list. Without error handling, the code will try to find a price in an empty list, get confused, and show a white screen of death. Suggestion: add try catch blocks and empty states. This tells the app if you don't find data, don't crash. Just show a message saying ticker not found. It's the difference between an app that feels broken and an app that feels professional. And then dead code removal, we changed directions a few times from 6-month logic to 5-year logic. These are likely ghost variables and unused functions hiding in the background. So scrub the file for dead code. And then professional grade verdict. What I should do now, I don't have to do all these to have a working app, but if I wanted to ship to Vercel, show it to the world, logic duplication and error handling are the most important. Would I like Gemini to create a refactor prompt that tells Claude to actually implement these cleanups one by one? Yes. Yes, please create that prompt. And also, I'm kind of confused about the like 5% rule. From what I understand, both the different like logic machines are both using that same rule of 5%, but I don't remember exactly. Hopefully Gemini remembers correctly. We unified the app to use the steel walls logic. Okay, I'm going to have Claude create a master calculations engine. Create a new utility file, move the logic to a single exported function, update the chart, the status box, and the historical performance table to call this the same function. Implement memoization. Use memo or a similar React pattern to ensure the 5-year data calculations only run once per ticker search, rather than every re-render. Remove dead code. Add robust error handling. Consolidate proximity. Ensure a single constant is used across the entire app for bounce detection. Sounds good to me. All right. And this is a little bit different than what Claude was recommending, but this is like more, I understand what this is saying. Some of the stuff Claude was saying, like I didn't really understand what they wanted me to change. So yeah, I like doing it this way better right now. And I think, as I get better at this and as I learn more and understand it more, I feel like I'm gonna need to be switching back between the LLMs and Claude Code less and less. And then what I see, the the other vibe coders that I see on YouTube, um, they're all like experts. Like I can tell like they understood coding very well before this came along. So these guys are mostly just talking to Claude Code or Codex or whatever they're using, but they're mostly using Claude Code, and they're talking like terms that are terminology for like professional developers and stuff that are way over my head and probably any other beginner's head. So like this is like, me learning and understanding, and beginners can see my path and see what I'm doing and see the mistakes I'm making and the success I'm having and systems I'm setting up and the whole process, and just learn from that. And I'm putting in the work. Like other when I'm not on this stream, I'm spending, I don't know, at least an hour a day, going and doing some research to like understand stuff that I didn't understand from the day before. And watching, like the other day I watched a YouTube video from the guy who created Claude Code and like where he thinks it's going to be in the future and like what he thought when he created it and compared to where it is now today. I was listening to a senior developer talking about like what he thinks is going to be like the best like future people who like are coders, vibe coders. And I was like, dude, that's me. Because he was like, these are not people who like understand code so well and like all trying to compete over who can write the best code. Because AI is just going to get better and better at that. These are the people that understand business and understand marketing and understand um like how to understand a target market of people, how to find their pain point, how to create something that they actually will get value from and want to use, and then how to like get that in front of the people. So like that's really like I've already been, knowing that stuff for so many years from being an entrepreneur. So now this is just like another step that I can add to that. And, most coders probably don't have that strong of a business background, right? So they're really good at coding and fixing bugs and everything, but do they understand like how to write a business plan? Do they understand like, how to market to the right audience? Do they understand how to even set up a business? The the legalities of stuff like, so yeah, it's all combining all this together. Right now, you can see Claude is removing the dead code, and yeah, hopefully, hopefully I didn't break it by this extra step, trying to make it better because it was like good. There was one weird thing that like I saw, but like um, it was like very minor, and it doesn't make sense for me to put my time into it unless I'm sure that people are actually using this app and getting value from it. So it already updated the API route, and it already created a master analyze all and analyst TS. Now it is adding robust error handling to the Tingo fetch, which is the API key is Tingo, and it's removing the dead code and stale labels. And it just looks like it got done with that. So after this, I just want to, I want to proceed. So I would just need to test it locally, make sure this didn't break anything, and then push it to GitHub, and I'm done. Clean build, 0 errors. Let me verify the final state of all changed files, searching for patterns. Production build successful. Yeah, it is looking good. And I just searched a new stock. And let me see. This one is so yeah, I checked the app again. It's working, and I searched Fubo. If you don't know what Fubo is, it is like an internet cable company. And there's a few of these companies that are kind of competing to be like the main, like, you know, there's Netflix, and then there's like cable, like actual TV channels, and like who's gonna be that main one. I My guess is I think it's gonna be Fubo. And out of any charts I've looked at today, Fubo is at the, it says trading between major levels, but it is very close to the floor, so that does not make sense. And 3 times it hit the floor, and its average move was like 170%. Yeah, this is like, if I were a beginner, I would definitely want to know this. I'd be like, dude, this looks right. Yeah, I want to fix that. See if I can. Okay. All right. Claude did everything that I just asked it to do, and I went and I checked the local app, and it is working good. However, I just noticed something strange because I just looked up a new stock, and I looked up Fubo, and essentially what I see is the price is like very close, if not right on the major floor line, the green line that should be like a buy signal from my understanding. And when I look at the first box under the ticker, it says Fubo is trading between major levels. The price is not near either steel wall. See the chart for the closest levels. But it is, if it's not touching that major floor, it is very close. So I'm confused as to why it's giving me that read, because that does not seem accurate. Let me know what you think. Logic disconnect often happens during a refactor. Two parts of the app are looking at the math differently. The line is at $1.60 and the price is at, yeah, see, I can't really see it because Okay, I see what they're saying. Because we set up the logic to be, it's got to be within a half a percentage to create the actual support and resistance lines. That's what this is going by for the read. But the read should be saying like if it's close. So I should update so the status box has a slightly wider vision than the backtester. Maybe like 2%. Um, I'm thinking maybe like I would say 5, but I'm thinking like 3. I'm gonna give it 3. It's 121 and then 127, 6 cents, and it's 1.2. Then 1% is like 1 cent. So yeah, that still wouldn't even be 3%. So I see it's right. It just looks really close. Not sure if I should actually change that. What I should do is make it so it's like it's yeah. I think instead of changing the status box analysis to a 2% threshold, what I want to do is change it so when it does say that it's trading in between major levels, it says the percentage that it is away from the closest um either the floor or the ceiling, whatever is closer. Can you create a prompt to do that? Yeah, man, keep coming up with these great ideas to make it better every time. It's like I was done, but then I see something else. I'm just like, no, that's confusing to beginners. Beginners are going to be like, this does not look like it is. It is in the middle of something. This looks like it is very close, if not touching the floor. So yeah, telling me that's money the way I want to handle it. Percentage to wall when the price is not currently testing a wall. The message should read trading between major levels. Directly underneath or next to that text, add a secondary line that says percentage from the closest floor or ceiling. Yes. Yes, this is what I want to do. All right. Copy and paste this into Claude Code. Then check it one more time on the local and push it to GitHub and check it one more time on the live. And then I'm going to call it no matter what. Even if I see something else, I'm going to be like, nope, this is good. There's no way. Anything else I could see could be that important. I got to eat a meal. Yeah. I'm hoping that, I mean, like, it's cool. Like, I'm making progress, but like, I'm hoping in the future that I get this process down quicker and I can do these streams in like, max 3 hours or something like that. Because right now I'm trying to say I'm getting it done in 4, and a lot of days it's taking like 5 hours. But at the same time, when I'm making something like this that I really am like proud of and that I see a lot of value in, it's like, it was worth it. I mean, I have no idea. Like, how long would it take someone to actually like write the code for this? Not only that, but to like write the code, like see that there's problems, go back, fix the problems, be like, oh, I think I should add this or change this, and then yeah. All right, time to try it. Trading between major levels, the price is not near either steel wall. See the chart for the closest levels. But it is near the one steel wall, so I just want to change. Okay. Mostly it did what I wanted to do. However, on that box, now it says Fubo is trading between major levels. The price is not near either steel wall. See the chart for the closest levels. And then under that it says 4.7% from closest price floor. So I do not want it to say that the price is not near either steel wall. See the chart for the closest levels. It should just say trading between major levels, and then it should say the percentage it is from the closest price floor. Create a prompt to get rid of that extra text that I do not want in there. Sounds like Claude is being too chatty. No, that's what it already had, but yeah. It's good to talk. And Claude is being too confusing sometimes, really. Yes. Why this is a UI win. Less is more. Alright. That was the very last thing. As long as it does this right. I mean, I said I wasn't going to do any more steps, but this is like the step I was already doing. I just had to like change this one thing. Because I could see how it would be confusing to beginner investors, and this is super easy to change. Yeah. Can be annoying to miss a good trade after like, oh man. Anyway, at least I made this right. Perfect. Yeah. Thing is perfect. Send it to GitHub. Yes. That pushes to GitHub, and then that is good. And it's awesome because it's on Vercel. Like, I don't need to send it back to Vercel. As soon as I push it to GitHub, it will link to Vercel. Yeah, I need food. Take a break. Oh man. Yeah, I caught every single lower low and sold at the lower high. And then the one where it broke out of the range, I missed it. But it's all good because I've been doing pretty good on this last like month of the level it's been for Bitcoin from trading it. But yeah, I missed a big move today. That would have been like money right there. But that's trading. Man, sometimes you miss it, but when you miss it, have to have the discipline to stay out until it comes back and test it again. Because very likely anytime now, even though it just broke out and it's still been going, and it might just keep going and never come back and test it, and then I will have missed out on a big move that I was trying to get in, but it's okay because I'm still winning. All right, now I'll test it like for real. Breakout radar on Vercel, the thing, Fubo. Yep, it's working. Awesome. All right, okay, that's it for today. Hope you got some value off of what I had to say. Always coming through with something new with no delay. And yeah, I got to get some sleep, get something to eat, and then I'll be back tomorrow on my feet. So, I'm out.